using acronyms, speak slowly, and avoid using technical language. I'm going to turn it over to Renee at this time to ground us in the tribal land acknowledgement. And Renee, could you use a mic?
Cualitlanetsi, buenos días, good morning. Clasokamati ometo, clasokamati atatonatio, clasokamati tonantinglali, clasokamati abuelitos y abuelitas, and all the ones that came before and all the little ones to come. We live on the land of the Ute, the Cheyenne, the Arapaho, the Shoshone, the Kiowa, the Lakota, the Comanche, the Apache, the Navajo, the Chicano, and 48 tribes that still live and travel through this space. May this not be your last land acknowledgement. May this legitimately make you make room for where there has been erasures and trauma. I hope that we were able to hear and learn from those this entire time, and not just in public comment, but last night, in understanding the urgency of protecting our sources of life, our future generations, our connection to the biosphere, and who we're accountable to in reality. I ask that we move with actually living as a good ancestor right now, and understanding that right now we need to have actions in what we do, because enough words have been spoken. We already have heard every data that it takes, and each of us have the ability to do something about it. So as living ancestors right now, honor the lands that you are on, the people that have had to survive to tell you what is up, and do something about it. Tlasokamati ometou.
Thank you, Renee. All right, a quick note about tech today. We got some feedback from our buddy Dave, our tech guy in the corner, to let us know exactly how to use the microphone. So when you are speaking into a mic, when you're ready to speak, just have the mic directed to you, and do not grab it, do not bring it too close to your face. As long as you're within like a foot of the microphone and your voice is being directed directly into the microphone, we should be good to go. So just a reminder, I know that we get caught up in the meetings, but if you could just make sure that a mic is directed at you, even if it's like this far away, it will still work. So, you know, Ilda, for example, like if Tara or Gary needs to use the mic, just turn it. So you don't need to lift it, because I think this creates disturbance, moving it back and forth. So just turning it. Yeah. Okay, Dave, does that cover it? Is there anything else? Okay, great, thank you. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Tyson to do a quick roll call.
Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone's excited. Let's start with roll call. Arthur. Arthur's not up?
Nope.
Okay. Beatrice.
Presente.
Dominique.
Here.
Doug. Here. Ian. Here. Elizabeth.
Present.
Gary. Present. Hilda.
Present.
Jamie. Present. Jonathan.
Here.
Jordan.
Here.
Kimberly.
Here.
Mara.
Here.
Marsha.
Here.
Mira.
Here.
Michael Ogletree.
Here.
Michael Sapp.
Present.
Renee.
Present.
Tara.
Present.
Trisha.
Here.
And Uni.
Present.
I am here, obviously. So that is everyone.
Okay, thank you, Tyson. Okay, so we'll do a quick review of today's agenda for folks that are wondering where they can find this on their own. In the board packet that I sent out a few days before the meeting, there was an electronic board packet. If you still click on that agenda link, we've updated the agenda there. It says like in bright, bold, red letters, like updated agenda day 2. So we'll just run through this really quick. So we are currently in intro and grounding. At 8:50, we will begin our final discussion of the bylaws, and we'll talk about that in more detail. At 9:15, we will begin our first voting on the first section that we'll be reviewing, which is on data and reducing environmental health disparities. And that's when we will finally have the opportunity to talk about EnviroScreen being used as a decision-making tool. At 10:15, we will move to best practices for community engagement. we will discuss the baseline standards for community engagement. At 11 o'clock, we will discuss just transition. At 1 o'clock, and there's going to be a lunch at noon. At 1 o'clock, we will vote on supplemental environmental projects and discuss whether the regulated entities have a voting role. That's one of the most outstanding questions for that section. We will then move on to voting about the EJ coordinating entity. That conversation will be relatively short since we did talk about it yesterday. We will then at 2 o'clock talk about the definition of DI community. And then the largest portion of the agenda will be dedicated to the environmental equity and cumulative impacts analyses, which we are again abbreviating as ESHA for the remainder of the meeting. Then at 6 p.m., we will do a final vote on all of the recommendations to adopt them as final. And then we will share with you what us as staff will be doing between now and Monday to really get all the edits in and who we will be sending it to and kind of the plan that we've outlined with the co-chairs. And then we will adjourn. We welcome you all to stay past 6:30. I think we have some cupcakes and just stuff to celebrate. I brought my speaker today and we'll have a little party. So, all right, so that takes us through the full day. Morgan, if you could just do next slide. I do want to briefly review the ground rules for today. As I mentioned yesterday, I will be guiding the conversation. You can see the agenda here, but it's even more detailed, the agenda that I have in front of myself. So please do respect time and just the queue and how much time we allot per person. There's going to be a lot of timers going off. For some of these sections, we will allow you 30 seconds to a minute to make your point, just to ensure that we stay on schedule. Be open and respectful, tackle problems, not people. Seek first to understand, then not to be understood. So again, being really keen on listening. If somebody is making a point and it's possible that they are almost saying the same thing as you, you're just not using the same language. So instead of being ready to just come out with your point, please be mindful of listening to the point that is being made. Agree to disagree. We may not come to consensus on everything today, and that is okay. And so there are times that we can move on. One mic, so one person speaking at a time. Take space, make space, or the other acronym that I shared yesterday, wait, why am I talking? So I probably will not allow this because there'll be a lot of timers going off, but if you have been talking for a really long time, please take a moment to kind of self-check and ask yourself, do I need to keep reiterating the point that I've already made? Be aware of time, as always. Elmo, enough, let's move on. If somebody feels that, we have belabored a point, feel free to say Elmo. Look ahead, the windshield rule. So we are focusing on the finish line, right? Getting these recommendations finalized. So dwelling on conversations from, April and June, like this is not the space to do that. We need to move forward. Speak from your own experience, and then be present or be elsewhere. On this second to last point, speak from your own experience, I do just want to kind of share a personal note. And Tara, your comments in response during the public comment yesterday really resonated with me, just kind of you sharing your experience as a community member who works for an agency, and just kind of I want to set the tone in this room that we have been working together for the past 11 months, that we've developed a lot of trust with one another, that each one of you has been selected to be on this task force and has a voting role, right? And so I do want folks to be able to feel comfortable expressing their perspective in this room. And I think naturally sometimes there's some like polarizing language about agency versus industry versus community folks, but the reality is that there is a lot of overlap, right? That you cannot say that community folks do not work at agencies, because they do. And so I really appreciate you kind of sharing that yesterday, because I think sometimes, there's this kind of stereotype cast that agency folks are a certain way, and just recognizing that there is diversity in this task force in every sense of the word. So I just want folks to kind of come into this meeting with an open mind. And again, every person's voice does matter, so please do express yourself. And for agency folks that, if you are speaking to the implementability of something, that needs to be recognized, right? Because we want these recommendations to be realistic. And so, I just want to emphasize that I think everybody is putting their best foot forward here today and sharing what they know and sharing their experience, and that should be respected. Okay, so just a recap from yesterday. So we discussed three primary areas: interagency coordination, ISHA, and the definition of disproportionately impacted community. You reached near unanimous consensus that the legislature should set a timeline to evaluate and assess the role of the Environmental Justice Program as the coordinating entity at some point in the future, rather than specifying exactly which entity plays that role in the long term. Another area where you all kind of reached consensus, or an area that you did not quite reach consensus, is about which advisory board should play an oversight role and an avenue for feedback on those coordinating efforts. So if you remember, we had a split vote yesterday. Half of you voted in favor of the existing Environmental Justice Advisory Board having its duties expanded to play this role. And half of you voted in favor of evaluating the federal model of creating a separate interagency Environmental Justice Advisory Board with those duties. On the topic of ISHA, you reached consensus on every topic that you discussed, which is really an incredible achievement. We knew that this would be one of the hardest parts of the discussion yesterday, which is why we allocated so much time for it. But due to all of your hard work in identifying common ground, we were able to reach consensus on some of the following topics. So how ISHA should identify key problems and indicators that may be contributing to adverse impacts to public health in disproportionately impacted communities, and how those problems and indicators can be avoided, minimized, and mitigated. You also reached consensus on Part 3B, which is how to balance the flexibility that agencies need when implementing ISHA with in ensuring accountability that agencies implement ISHA will not sit on a shelf. And then finally, you reach consensus on the disproportionately impacted communities section that recommends that the legislature should evaluate potential alternative metrics for revising measuring housing cost burden. You also reach consensus to not change the current definition of low income that is based on the 200% federal poverty line. One area you did not reach consensus on is whether agencies should be given flexibility to identify additional communities or populations as disproportionately impacted communities if there are pockets of inequality within more affluent consensus block groups that otherwise do not meet the definition of DI communities. You also did not reach consensus on what the Colorado EnviroScreen percentile to use to identify communities that meet the cumulative impacts prong of the definition. And there was not consensus reached on whether to change the term DI community to a different term. So last night, we as staff, we crafted an updated draft of the recommendations, and it is on the public Google Drive. Joel will be line editing it today. And Gabi, if you could go ahead and drop that link in the chat. And I will just make sure that you have that. And so the draft that we line edited yesterday still remains in the public drive. It is just labeled as day 1. We are on day 2 now. Discussing current voting. So right now, the way that voting stands is that we have a 2/3 consensus vote. So, and this is members who are present. So there are 21 members present today. that means that 14 people would need to vote for something to go into the final report. As it is in the bylaws right now, there's also the ability of a minority report, which is 20% of the folks that are present on the task force. That's 20% of 21 is at least 5 people. And of course, we are allowed to abstain votes. And keeping in mind, when you abstain from a vote, that this changes the denominator. So for example, if there's 21 people here today and let's say 3 people abstain, then that 2/3 majority would need to be of the 18 people that have voted. I do want to just also outline how voting will work in terms of calling a motion, discussion, and then actually doing the vote. So at a time when we are ready to do voting, and I mentioned this yesterday, while we go through each section, so for example, the data section, just for simplicity's sake, and we don't have to do it this way, but I will kind of look to the chair of that subcommittee to call a motion. And then somebody in the room would need to say, I second the motion. And we need to be crystal clear on what the motion is, right? So I motion to pass Section 1, Part A of the data and reducing environmental health disparities section. Somebody would second. If there needs to be any discussion on that, then we can have some discussion. Otherwise, we just move directly to a vote. The votes will happen electronically. We'll use the exact same software that we used yesterday, Poll Everywhere, and the votes will not be anonymous. For the sake of time, I'm not planning to do a screen share for every single vote. If folks really want to see the results up on the screen, I can do that. But between Joel line editing and me doing the polling, it's just going to be, it might just take a lot of time. But if anybody's like, I really want to see the results, but promise you I will not lie, and everything will be captured in the notes and will be on record. So we'll go about it that way. All right, so this takes us into our bylaw discussion and voting.
I had a question.
Yeah.
So we're not going to be like raising our hands for the voting. The voting's still going to be done.
Yes.
So we wouldn't actually be able to see it.
Well, if you wanted to see, I could do like a screen share and try to scroll through, because so when you entered into the room yesterday, your name is associated with your vote. So like if you voted yes on something, there is a screen that I could pull up that shows the count, and then it shows, it's just kind of hard to display because it's like 21 names listed. So we could do that for every single vote, is like I could display that screen, but yeah, like in the room, it wouldn't be very apparent, because doing a roll call vote with everybody's hand with like the 40 plus votes that we need to do today will take really long time.
And I guess the follow-up question then, are people's names going to be associated with votes, like as it pertains to the actual document that's going to be shared for recommendations?
So right now, the only place that's specified is for the minority report, but we could talk about that if needed. Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah,
I think you should make an effort to put it on the screen, even if it's challenging.
Okay.
I'll just say Morgan spent probably over 40 hours trying to find a software that would allow us to do that easily. Unfortunately, there is only one, and due to state procurement rules, we were not allowed to purchase it because it's from an international company. So we tried to find the best possible technical solution, and this was the only one we could find. So we do apologize, because we know that this was important and came up during the last meeting, and lots of folks have asked for it. So we can do our best to do that screen share. It's just there were not softwares available that would allow us to do it easily.
So to be clear, it is possible to display the names. It's just not going to be very user friendly. It's not going to look good. Okay. So you want to just do it for
Legislators.
Or I guess another option, everyone could just say yay or nay and then vote, so that we have the documented vote, but then people can know who voted which way. And then we wouldn't even have to deal with the names up there.
But that would require us to go through a roll call. So I would have to call every single person's name every time. So.
Or you just say those in favor?
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt. Just a reminder, can you talk into the microphone because you're really quiet for the people online? Thank you.
Okay, so we can talk about that. I'm going to take us into our next discussion on the bylaws and voting. So at the end of the meeting last night, in yesterday morning as well, Ian asked to revisit the question of the degree of consensus that currently exists. And I hope that the summary I provided helps you understand where we currently are. So you did not reach consensus on every topic you discussed, but we did reach consensus on a lot of important and challenging areas. And so I kind of want to just open it up to you all to kind of have a discussion on this. And please keep in mind, we're going to limit the conversation to about 8 minutes. We're going to just try to keep the discussion really short. So if folks want to kind of share their thoughts or want to propose a motion, this is the time to do it. Yeah, Dominique.
So I would propose, I think my biggest concern is about not having a recommendation put forth under any section. I think that if we, rather than moving to please vote on option 1 or option 2, using the 2/3 majority, if we continue to do these straw polls, I don't think we even need to change the bylaws, but continue to do the straw polls, have a simple majority for the options to get us down to one final set of language using just simple majority. We don't have to get to 2/3 to adopt, option 1 or option 2. That will allow us to then have up or down votes at 2/3. And I guess I feel like, to me, that addresses the biggest concern, which is I would not want to get to a place where we don't make a recommendation under any section. But I feel like with transparent voting at 2/3, there's a lot more pressure on people to find a way that they can get behind a given set of recommendations. So that's just one solution that I to me addresses the biggest concern that I'm hearing and that I share.
From a legal perspective, is that fly?
Yeah, I think the idea behind straw polls, we've been doing them all along, is to take a temperature of where folks are in the room. It's not a final vote, it's just to move the conversation along. So I think as long as you do have that final vote, that's 2/3, and that names are attached to that, you're fine.
Okay, and I just want to remind folks that I'm just going to be really clear on who's in the queue, just so we can keep order and move through things quickly. Michael.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with Dominique. I mean, in my experience on the Air Quality Control Commission, refining that language so that we do come to a consensus on what that is and is an implementable way to do it. I mean, I think a good example was what happened, yesterday with Mira, where, we had a disagreement on how that language was, but we came to an agreement on the language that met my concerns, as well as Mira's concerns and things going forward. So I agree that I think we can come to a consensus even with the bylaws the way they are right now. And then I guess I'd add that an additional concern I have is if we have, a binary option and, one of those is more or less practical in terms of implementation, and it gets pushed through with a simple majority, it could very well end up in a fiscal note that is so high that even if it went through legislation, wouldn't pass because it's just so expensive to actually do it the way that it was proposed.
Yeah, Ian.
I don't think the idea that you're having about whittling down things is a bad idea, but I still want to make clear that doesn't guarantee we're going to get to 2/3. And by the remarks I just heard from Michael, I still feel like we're living in a paradigm of us limiting what is possible because of our experience when things are changing. The legislature's changed, we raised funds that we haven't before, and there's never been a larger national movement with resources to achieve environmental justice than now. So if we get caught up in what we think is impossible because of budgets, that seems unfair at this point to be making recommendations to the legislature. Certainly, we've seen large fiscal notes halt us year after year, but we've overcome them. I don't think it's a place to halt us in recommendations. I am still very fearful, and we heard from the general public, they think a 2/3 threshold is unfair. We can still get past it, but it does not guarantee us that we're going to get a recommendation out of a minority report and into the main one.
Yeah, Dominique.
So I agree, there's no guarantees, but I just want to say, and I've served on this sort of task force before, that when your name is up there and you are holding back from having a recommendation on a subject, and you know that at least a simple majority has already agreed to it because it got past the options, there is pressure. And that's where you can really get to the, like, what do we need to do to get you here? You know, that's where we find solutions. And there is pressure because you know exactly who you need to convince. So no guarantees, but I do think that will get us very, very, very close. And it would be hard to vote against, you know, everything that we've gone for so far.
Thanks, Dominique. Jamie?
I just would point out that for me, I would think that there's already pressure based on the public comment we saw yesterday, and yet I don't see that moving folks. And so I don't have a lot of confidence in that pressure moving forward.
Yeah, Jordan?
I would just say that I actually have a lot of confidence that we will, at the end of the day, we'll move all of these recommendations forward with a 2/3 majority vote. I think if we look at the straw polls and what we've taken over time, there's some of these where when I look at it, I prefer one option over the other. That doesn't mean that if the option that I preferred doesn't move forward, that I would vote against the other option. I just preferred one of the two items that we were discussing. And so I think when it comes down to the final vote, I think there really will be broad consensus, if not unanimous consensus, on the vast majority of things that we've discussed.
Agreed. Tara, and then Ilda, did you have your hand up? Tara, and then Michael.
There is a lot of power. This is the very first preliminary step that we have before we start with the legislature next year. And that's going to be a whole nother challenge that we're going to have to overcome. There's a lot of power walking in to those legislators' offices and saying the majority, 2/3 voted for this to get it through. We need your support to get it past the finish line. So that is a very powerful position to be in when we get this through the legislature, although we are going to have a great legislature to work with next session.
Michael?
So I just want to respond to Jaime's comment. I'm not suggesting that I'm going to vote against having a majority. I just have concerns that if we do it that way, that it will have unintended consequences on the outcomes. I'm actually planning on voting in favor of switching it to a simple majority. So I would offer that the reasoning, I think, for me, the reasoning to do that is to hear out the public. I still have concerns about unintended consequences from doing that.
Ian?
Well, then I'd like to move to amend the bylaws to lower the threshold to a simple majority of 50% plus one.
Okay. All right, that has been seconded, so I will go ahead and I just need to create this poll real quick. And if there's anybody that wants to have further discussion, you're welcome to do that while I do this. Yeah.
Sorry, really quick, who was the second? I think we need it.
So yeah, thanks for, I guess, opportunity for additional discussion on this. I've been thinking about this one a lot. Obviously, we all have. I mean, I am really excited about today. Hope that, I think we all are, right? We've come a long way. I think what we have already on the table is pretty extraordinary, and we have an opportunity to be even more extraordinary. I have been all along really in favor of 2/3 consensus, because I think that I want our recommendations to have so much power behind them. And I feel like when they go to the legislature, they're big, they are bold, they're big changes. And these are ideas, and this is where we need to be, right? There is urgency. I feel that urgency. You feel that urgency. It's why we're all here. I also worry that this has become an issue to, if we don't change it, that it's going to delegitimize the recommendations, and I really don't want to see that happen. So I think it could be potentially a mistake to do it, but I'd be willing to vote for it because I want them to move forward. I want people to believe in them and to know that this task force is behind environmental justice and improving health disparities and health outcomes in our communities.
Thanks, Tricia. Jonathan, Michael, then Uni. And again, if you could keep your comments to under a minute. Sir.
Thanks. Sorry, I had trouble getting off mute. Yeah, I mean, I to keep it short, I echo everything that Tricia just said. I mean, I just worry about this issue taking on a life of the issue of changing the bylaws taking on a life of its own when there's so much value in walking out of here today with a unified report, which I think we're probably going to do. I think Jordan hit it on the head, which is like the few things that, you know, it seemed like we didn't have, you know, clear consensus on, you know, yesterday were things that were like multi-option choices that, you know, I wasn't dug in on. It was just you know, one seemed better than the other, and we've talked about it. And you know, to Dominique's point, I love the idea of that system. So I think where I'm at is, you know, I think.
Jonathan, if you could wrap up your point. Sorry, just for time.
Sure. I think if we're deadlocked on something at the end of the day, and you know, and there's another motion to you know, cross this bridge at that point, you know, I'd be open to it. But at this point, I think there's just still value in moving forward to try and gain consensus, and just essentially seconding a lot of other points today. So.
Thanks, Jonathan. And again, if folks could keep their comments to under a minute, we'll go Michael, Uni, and then Doug.
Question and comment, legal counsel. Let's talk about process precedent for changing bylaws.
Michael, you need to speak into a mic.
Can you just explain process precedents for changing bylaws last day?
Sure.
Sorry.
It's okay. I mean, I don't think there's anything prohibiting you from changing the bylaws on the last day. I think, you know, if you do that later in the day, it might cause more confusion because some things will have passed by a 2/3 vote, and then later votes would require less than that. So that might be a little confusing. I don't think that necessarily means you couldn't do it, but it would just make it a little bit harder to keep track of. So I don't think there's any reason you couldn't change the bylaws today. No legal reason I can think of, at least.
My comment to wrap up, I support Dominique's recommendation. For the record, I'm gonna support the bylaw. I mean, I'm a guy who understands authorizing environment. When I see Western Resource Advocates, Environmental Defense Fund, Conservation Colorado, Sierra Club, they walk in, they comment. If this goes to a minority report, you have legislators that have an environmental justice, like it's a movement to Ann's point. And I know the writing on the wall, so I'm gonna support the change because at the end of the day, my name is on it. And I have to have the ability to navigate come to General Assembly.
Thank you. Uni?
I still have confidence in this group that we will pass, you know, a lot of these recommendations with the 2/3 consensus. So is there a way, I'm going to support, you know, changing the bylaws, let me say that up front, but is there a way that we can still capture the percent of the consensus that we have on the document and still, to Tara's point, use that as we leverage conversations with the legislators? I think that is kind of key to a lot of why we came up with the bylaws the way they were.
I think that was a question for staff. So I think the answer, and Emily, please correct us if we're wrong, is yes, we can. Though the bylaws require the final document to reflect who voted and how on the minority report, they don't say what to do in the majority. So there's no reason that we can't just do the document that way and reflect what the vote totals are on each point. So I think seeing a lot of head nods, we don't have to formally vote on that. So the answer is yes, we can include that, probably in the form of like a bracket at the start of each subsection, like we have now where it says preliminary consensus, just changing it to say, you know, what the percentage and support was in the vote.
Thanks. And just a reminder for name pronunciations, Tara is pronounced Tara, Mara is Mara, and Uni is Uni. Okay, Doug.
Thank you. I think this is a mistake. I think that we undermine our own credibility. We've been meeting for a year. We've operated under that whole entire year under the idea that we were going to try to work together and come to consensus. There are things that we haven't been able to agree on, but there's also several things in here that I'm ready to move on in order to get to consensus. If we do this, the legislature is going to know about it. How is it going to look when we say that we operated for a year under our bylaws that said we wanted to reach consensus, and at the very last minute, we changed that and said only a simple majority? That's not going to look good to them. It's going to look like something is wrong, something is amiss. So I would encourage you to oppose this motion.
Thank you, Doug. Renee, then Tyson, then Beatriz.
I think it's because we've come together for these 11 months that we honestly need to risk it. And we need to be concerned about the legislator, of course, because we're trying to pass these, but we need to be more concerned about community that's already spoken with us about how important this is. We are already outvoted as environmental justice spaces in this space. We need to be mindful, incredibly cautious about how we project to community if we end up being stuck, all the EJs stuck in a minority report and industry is able to pass the majority of this. I'm concerned about that because, again, as Indigenous communities, we've been in councils, we've been in committees, we've been outvoted many times before. So this is incredibly important that if you're going to actually start movements to move in your own accord and be able to support a simple majority to put your name behind that, when you look at community, you can say you did everything you could, not just the legislators.
Thank you, Renee. Tyson?
Yes, my thoughts on this are the fact that we are, in my mind, 95% there to this point through the voting that we've done. My concerns are, will changing this cause us to be going back on everything that we've already come to consensus on? And are we unraveling all of the hard work that has been done to get to this point where we find real solutions that are workable? Are we going to go back to editing things that we've already come to consensus on? Those are the concerns that I have in moving backwards rather than forwards. I feel like right now we are on mile 23 of a marathon, and we're going, you know what, let's just cut it to a 15-mile marathon. We've already ran that extra 8 miles. I feel like we need to finish this. And the more we talk about this, I feel the more it damages the integrity of the hard work that every single person in this room has done.
Thank you, Tyson.
It's got to be, we got to complete this. We got to cross the finish line.
So we're going to go Beatriz and then Tara, and then I'd like to move us to a vote because we are starting to have repetition. Again, remember that some of you have already heard these points and are reiterating these points. So I think it is time that we need to move to a vote. So Beatriz and Tara, and then I'm going to move us to a vote.
I was going to say something really quickly, that credibility goes in two directions. We have an opportunity today to have credibility with community, and that is the most important audience. Yes, the legislature is important, and we will do everything to bring them forward with us along this process. But the biggest audience that we need to build credibility with is community.
I actually have a question just because I'm so new to the task force. How many items are in the minority report that this would affect with a simple majority vote?
So there are no items that are in
Yeah.
the minority report right now. There's, I mean, everything is out on the table. So depending on how people vote, right now, if it's less, if it's 5 to 14 people, then that would go into a minority report. And if it's 14 or more, that would go into the report itself.
There are a few items like the board, the housing, burden, income, so there's some of those pieces that are.
Just to kind of put a approximate number on it, this is why we created the table for you all that kind of highlighted in green areas that lack consensus. You actually resolved several of those issues yesterday. So by my estimate, there are approximately 5 to 6 items that are still challenging conversations, but obviously it's unclear whether any of those would ultimately result in a minority report.
Okay, I do want to move
Can I
us
ask
to
a quick question? Is
30 seconds.
So, you know, in making this change, I mean, I think we're all operating in the assumption that the previous straw polls are a guide, but like, is there some assurance that, I think to Michael's point, that like, we're not just this isn't just going to blow everything up. Like the things like this would apply to the things that we have consensus on now, right? Too, not just the things that we don't have consensus on, even though I think our hope and what we're hoping to trust in our fellow task force members is that if this goes forward, it would only apply to the things that there isn't consensus on, that we're not going to start renegotiating language and then have votes on things that we've already largely gained consensus on.
So I'm just gonna allow like 30 seconds for the people that still were in the queue. So Mira, you actually had your hand up and I told you couldn't, but 30 seconds each. So we'll go Mira, Michael, Ilda, and then we're moving to a vote.
Thank you. I'll just be really quick. I think jumping off of, something that Trisha and Michael were implying, which is that, what we do today is watched by the public. I think from a procedural justice standpoint, it's great to signal to the public that we are capable of, and that it is okay to make bold decisions and okay to prioritize environmental justice communities. And that is my extremely short presentation of why I will be voting for a simple majority.
Thank you. Michael?
Be really quick. So I'm in favor of voting for a simple majority. I will be voting for that. I do think we do need to build credibility with community, and that's why I'm doing that. We also need to have credibility from the legislature, or else we won't get this through. And that is my concern. Like I said, I'm in favor of in favor of a simple majority. I just have concerns about how it's going to look.
Thanks, Michael. And then Ilda, I think you had a response to Jonathan's question.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if there's nothing else that we're gonna be adding new to it, I don't think we have to add anything else new. I think it's what is on the table and making sure that we're not leaving anything on the table, that we're leaving into the minority report. That's my perspective. We're not, I don't have the time. Just want to make sure we get it there.
All right, we are moving to a vote now. All right, I'm going to go ahead and activate the poll for those that did not. I think everybody has the email, but it's the same polling mechanism that we used yesterday. Poll everywhere. Voting is now active, and you can please cast your vote. Oh, yes. So the motion on the table is to amend the bylaws to a simple majority, which is 51%. And there's the ability, yes, no, and abstain. Okay, we need 2 more people to vote. One more person that we are waiting on to vote. Okay. Let's see here. All right. You guys can see this okay. All right, so you can see here, there are 15 votes in favor of pushing this to amend the bylaws to a simple majority. 6 people voted no. So that passes. All right. All right, let's move on. Okay.
Very quickly, just in case anyone needs to see it, Emily, would you mind making the adjustment in the bylaws and ensuring it's on the public drive to reflect that wording change?
Sure.
Thanks.
Who else are we gonna reach? Okay. All right, so we are going to move to our next item in the agenda, which is on data and reducing environmental health disparities. We are going to start by voting on each of the subsections that have reached preliminary consensus from what we know. So Uni, since you are the chair of this subcommittee, I want to kind of just open it up to you to propose a motion on any of the sections that we were going to go through. So the areas that did reach consensus were sections A, B, D, E, F, and G. And so we will be first voting on section A, and I'm trying to get a page number for you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. Okay, so this is page 20. If you're looking at the clean version, and this is the version that's also in your board packet, your physical board packet. So page 20, this is section A, data in reducing environmental health disparities. The section A is on measurable goals for eliminating environmental health disparities. So would anybody like to call a motion?
I'd be honored to start this process off, and start off on a good note. So I make a motion for us to accept the recommendation, section 3A.
Second. All right. Anybody have any discussion? Otherwise, we'll move directly to a vote. All right, let me get this launched. Okay.
Sorry.
So these straw polls are going to be very concise. I am not hearing any discussion on this section, so we are going to go ahead and move to a vote. And again, the motion on the table is to adopt section 3A, which is starting on page 20 of your board book, of your recommendations in your board book. That poll is now active. Sure. We're gonna have to go back and forth. So. Yeah.
It's a hard one.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're still waiting on 3 people to vote.
Anyone else having tech issues in the room?
It's just. All right, this passed unanimously, 21 folks in favor. So thank you all, and that has passed. So we will move on to section B.
Okay, I make a motion to recommend adopting section 3B, participatory science.
Second.
Now that there's a vote in a second for discussion, this is one of the sections where a task force member proposed an edit. So I'd like to turn it over to Michael to discuss his proposed edit for you all to discuss. It is the one that is on the screen. This is also in your red line that you received.
And I'd actually like to amend it one step further and just to add freely available to the public and state agencies.
Any other discussion on section 3B?
I have a procedural question.
What's that?
From a procedural standpoint, are we going to be voting to amend it and then voting to accept the whole thing?
I think that's what we have to do, right?
Or could have we talked about it before and then put it on?
So I think
forward?
Uni's motion is on the table to
Yes.
adopt it. Were you proposing to adopt it as written on the screen? Or you're proposing an amendment to the language? Okay, so I think you can accept the amendment. Yes, but we have to resolve the amendment first and then we vote on the underlying. So
Okay, so do I'd like propose to accept the amendment?
yes. Yes.
Okay.
So I'm going to make a motion to accept the amendments as offered on the screen.
And then we vote on that.
Should we just say yay?
That comes back to
You
my
can-
procedural. Can we work through the issues before we put it on the floor? Because I
Sure.
feel like that's the way we avoid doing this repeatedly.
For the
much better.
purposes of time, I hate to deviate and go back and forth, but could we just do a yay or nay for this? one?
Uni could also, you could pull your motion, withdraw your motion. You could work on the language and then you could have a new motion to
Let's do
adopt.
Let's do that.
Then you
Okay, in this
So you don't have to
specific
vote twice.
example, so I think before we make a recommendation in a section, then it needs to be pointed out if there's if there's amendment. Yeah, so before I recommend an adoption, so does that make sense?
I withdraw my amendment.
I withdraw my recommendation to adopt, so my motion.
So while Lumna's revising the poll, okay, well, any discussion, is there any additional discussion on these edits? And if not, I will go ahead and accept it and then we can go forward with the motion. I'll just read it out loud for folks in the back. Projects funded with public funds should result in the data being made immediately and freely available to the public and state agencies.
Okay, the vote is now live.
Okay. Well, sorry, Uni still needs to.
I'm glad it's me doing this. So, so I make a motion to recommend or to adopt section 3B.
All right. Folks can go ahead and vote. Maybe you can remind me how to display the number. Yep. Okay, this vote passed unanimously. For the sake of time, I'm not going to share the screen. 21 votes, all in favor. Okay. All right, we are going to move on to Section D. And again, the section that we're skipping over, section C, is we will discuss that in just a moment after we've gone through the areas of consensus first. So section D, would anybody like to discuss? And section D is on page 24 of your draft bylaws, the ones that are physically in front of you.
I make a motion to accept section D. Did I do that correctly?
I second.
Oh, no.
Can you tell us, Marcia? We as staff will go through and fix any typos, but if you would like to let me know, that would be very helpful. And look.
Completed.
I'm so sorry, folks. Who seconded that motion? Thank you. Appreciate it.
The people making.
Any? If folks want to direct us to where exactly on the page we should be looking, otherwise we'll move to a vote. All right. Okay, so this is to adopt section 3D. The vote is now active. And keeping in mind, we, as staff, will comb through this document in detail and try to clean up any typos. But if there's something that you want to show us during the break or something, we're welcome to that. Waiting on 5 people to vote.
Oh. To refresh my screen.
Okay, one more person needs to vote. Okay, this also passed unanimously, 21 votes in favor to adopt section 3D. All right, we are going to move on to section E. Data sharing. Any discussion or amendments there?
I make a motion to adopt 3E.
Second.
Okay, the vote is now live to adopt section 3E. Yeah.
Feels good. We're all smiling now.
Yes, this is why we wanted to do areas of consensus first. So easy.
I feel like it should go back and forth. We do consensus and then do something back to consensus again. We all get happy. Exactly.
Still waiting on 2 votes. Is there anybody having trouble voting? We still are waiting on 2 votes. All right. Yeah.
Two votes. If you are in the room.
Trisha, did you vote?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Unanimous, 21 votes in favor. Okay, moving on to section F, addressing data quality. Any discussion? If not, I welcome a motion.
I motion to accept section F.
Second.
Okay, this poll is now live to adopt section 3F, addressing data quality. I'm just waiting on 2 people. One more person needs to vote. Okay, that is everybody. Yes, 21 votes on adopting section 3F. We are moving on to section G of the data section on data collection and modernization.
And I do want to note there was another suggested edit from a task force member in this section before it goes to a vote. Marcia, I don't know if you want to say anything about this, but the original language did suggest funding CDOT's policy directive 1610. As I understand it from your edit, that has now been funded, so it no longer needs to be a recommendation. But any further discussion you'd like to provide on that? Any opposition to removing that language? Okay, I will go ahead and do that in this draft.
So I'll move that we adopt section 3G with that modification.
I second it.
Okay, the poll is now active to adopt section 3G. All right, that passed unanimously, 21 votes in favor of adopting section 3G. Woohoo! Okay, we are going to move on to our discussion portion of the data and reducing environmental health disparities. And the first section that we are going to begin reviewing is section C. This is a discussion on whether Colorado EnviroScreen should be used as a decision-making tool for the data in the disproportionately impacted community section. I'll turn it over to Joel.
Sure, and so during this discussion, we'll be going over edits that were proposed by Uni and Kimberly. We as staff talked it over with each of them, and they both provided very similar edits in both this section, the data section 3C, as well as in the definition of disproportionately impacted community section that we saw last night. If you remember, we said we're not going to talk about that today, we're going to talk about it in the morning. Although there are numerous edits, they're all made by both Uni and Kimberly. They are all getting at the same question. And that question is whether Colorado EnviroScreen should be used as a decision-making tool or whether it should be used as a screening tool. So instead of having to go through for every single edit in each section and kind of discuss each word line by line, what we would propose as staff is that you all do some sort of straw poll, essentially, or potentially a formal vote on that question of whether EnviroScreen is a decision-making tool or a screening tool. If there is more than 5 people in favor, but less than 14 people in favor of a certain option, that can be a minority report, right? And so that minority report would essentially be either what is in the document now, if there is majority support for it being a screening tool, not a decision-making tool, or it would be Uni and Kimberly's edits if there is majority support for what is in the document now and minority support for their position. So just laying out how that will work, but I think we will present it as a single option for discussion of should EnviroScreen be a decision-making or screening tool.
Can I ask a question before we move on to discussion?
Just turn the microphone.
What is the difference between decision-making and screening? I would love to like really understand each of them before we get into discussion.
I don't know if Uni or Kimberly would like to provide their view on it. I would hate to kind of put words in either of their mouths, but.
I think I would start by looking at the name of the tool. It's a screen tool, which means it gives you an idea of where to start looking. If it's used as a decision-making tool, there's some kind of finality attached to whatever comes out of it, versus going through this tiered approach of way of looking at different things. And yesterday we had a long discussion about embedded communities and something like that. I'm afraid that if you use it as a decision tool, then you don't have the opportunity to go back and have that second look to understand the community a little bit better. And so I just want it to be used for what it was designed to, because number one, the data that goes into it is not very, some of it is not very robust data. And so that puts it at that level again of uncertainty.
Yeah, and I can add sort of my perspective and my thought in terms of what, I guess, the red lines that I put in here based on the discussion that we had last time. And it was along those lines of what Uni was saying, which is a starting point for everybody to come through and kind of and look at a baseline of where everything is, recognizing that there's going to be a lot more data and inputs that come in as we go through any kind of process, whether it's permitting process or a rulemaking process or whatever that is. So being able to use it as a tool to start kind of a review versus sort of starting at a point and then that's going to drive a decision, like moving forward before you do the full-on analysis. And so I was looking at it as more of like a pre-screen tool, I guess, if you wanted to say decision at that pre-screen point, but not sort of a final kind of this is where we're going to make a decision from, if that makes sense. The other piece that I had, and I wanted to talk about it a little bit, and this is just more of dealing with regulations a lot, is there, we have in there that we're talking about incorporating it into regulation. Sorry, can you not hear me? Okay, and incorporating into regulation. And so I had a concern that if the tool is incorporated by reference into regulation, then it's a point in time into that regulation. And then what does that look like moving forward for updates and things like that? And my experiences with CDPHE and COGCC, and so what does that incorporation by reference mean? Because then that's a decision-making tool if it's incorporated by reference to the agency in my mind. I don't think that's.
Thanks. We'll go Trisha and then Kelly. And likely not, yeah.
All right, can you hear me now online? Okay, thanks. So I would start by saying that I think EnviroScreen is the best tool around. There are a lot of tools being built in the country, and I think our tool is outstanding. There are 37 indicators in it. There are pieces of it that are built specifically about how to represent Colorado communities and what they're experiencing here. The process for its development and deciding the indicators and how they'd be applied was incredibly robust in terms of community input, having PhDs and toxicologists involved. And I see the risk of adding language or removing language that would not allow it to be used as a decision-making tool. I think that would make it harder for an agency to make permitting or rulemaking decisions that protect community. So I would not be comfortable with these changes. I think that it would leave us in a position where, EnviroScreen would allow us to be making our decisions based on a lot of data. You guys have all seen how we're able to use this tool in a number of ways. And if we are not able to rely on data, then agencies are having to make their decisions based on not on data. And I think that we are moving towards data-driven decision-making. And so I think it's really important that the language stay as is.
Thanks, Tricia. Kelly?
Yeah, thank you. With the incorporation by reference, I'm fine with the sentence being removed. I think we're okay with that if it's confusing. I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding is, in our rules, we will reference a statute, we will reference an electrical code or a CDPHE process or something like that. We have had people raise, we're going to have to figure out the version control side of that if we do. And we have not, the commissioners have not made any decisions on that point on how they're going to do it. So, that sentence could be kept in or it could be removed. I think other rules or decisions would define how the tool is actually used. It'd be more about referencing the right tool. I guess the only other thing I would say, and I won't take too long, but I think the commission may want to use EnviroScreen in thinking about things. I can't think of a situation in which I think it would be the only thing that we would use. But it may be something that factors in to decisions. So, thank you.
So very quickly, it seems like maybe there's some agreement to remove this sentence specifically about incorporation by reference, which is, it is a good example of the specificity trap. I don't even remember when this discussion happened, but at some point, there is an example of kind of like a use of EnviroScreen that by the Public Utility Commission. So kind of separate from this overall discussion, are folks okay with just removing that sentence to just avoid confusion about incorporation by reference? See a lot of nods. So I'm just going to go ahead, and we don't need to formally vote on it. I don't think anyone's making a big push. Jordan, do you want to make a push to keep it in? No. Oh, okay. Misread your facial expression. So I will just go ahead and remove that sentence to avoid the confusion.
Put my hand down.
And Joel, if I can just follow up, and the language is difficult, and that's why I think that, when we were, even last time when we were talking about this, we kind of went back and forth with what language do we incorporate in here that kind of comes across what we're all trying to say. Because I think at least last week or last in Greeley, I felt like we were sort of all saying the same thing. And so that's why I was trying to go with the red lines. If this isn't saying that, I agree, because I don't disagree with what Tricia said. I think that it is an important tool to inform decisions. It's difficult to put that into language that doesn't say this is the decision-making tool. And so if that's not articulated in the red lines, then I think that we should talk more about it. But I do think that there was consensus across the board that it is a very robust tool to help inform agency decisions and also help inform discussion around what additional tools and other things can be brought in, like what we discussed yesterday. If you don't want to take, with the percentages, as Ilda and Uni were talking about yesterday, and does a threshold change, funding versus protections? And so I just want to make sure with whatever language that we incorporate in here that we're getting across that it's a tool, but we have to do some additional drivers need to be used, and that's not a stopping point. And I'm not saying that is, but sometimes that happens. And so I would just want to make sure that we get that informed decision-making in the language appropriately.
So this actually gets, it's totally fine to go into the weeds on the language. So Kimberly, I think this actually gets to sort of the distinction between the edits you proposed and the edits that Uni proposed. So maybe we can let Uni go ahead.
So I'm willing to take back the edit about it being a pre-decisional tool. Okay. If we can somehow articulate that it informs the decision and not a decision-making tool on its own. So I'm good.
The analysis of being a percent there.
Yes. Yeah.
so that it can be used to inform the decision. But we can capture that in some language, then yeah, a reference tool to promote better decisions or something like that.
Okay.
Any additional data might be needed.
Yoda, could you?
Sorry, I wanted to ask if you wanted to include the piece around, like, there might be other sources of data that are needed that might not be supported in the the environment screen. I think it's in. Is that some, or?
I think it's in there. I
Okay.
think somebody added, and maybe it was me, I'm sorry, Joel, I don't know if it was.
Okay.
Colorado EnviroScreen should be supplemented with additional information and local knowledge before action is taken to address environmental justice concerns. And I
Perfect.
like that language a lot.
So that was Uni's suggestion. There is a word you left out, which is any action from Uni's suggestion.
I'm trying to be solution oriented. I feel like this is still gonna make it harder for agencies to take action to protect community. I agree that with Kelly that I can't imagine a scenario where we ever use just one tool at the end and we wouldn't listen to community input or local government input. Of course we will, but I don't feel like that is what is being said here.
Thanks, Tricia. We'll go Tara and then Renee.
So what if we
And
took?
Tara, if you could just bring the mic over.
There you go. Free to move it. What if we took out before any action is taken and we just, with additional information and local knowledge to address environmental justice concerns? That also addresses some of the comments we heard last night about local communities having other tools that we might not have already created. I wonder if that would help. Tricia, what do you think about that?
Yeah, or even just, like ending the sentence here. Yeah.
Seeing some nods. I will go ahead and do that unless Kimberly or Uni, you would prefer to kind of include that as part of an overall package if this goes for a vote.
I'm okay with that change. I think it gets it to the point I was trying to make.
Renee?
Can I add anything in there for qualitative data? For local knowledge and qualitative data, like legitimately recognizing qualitative data as a form of context to also expand in that space. And then, sorry, I keep forgetting.
Can I briefly respond?
Yeah.
I would note, as staff, I would say, if you care for our opinion, we would support that. We are in fact supplementing EnviroScreen with qualitative data. So we've been building in story maps for different disproportionately impacted communities around the state, including one here in Pueblo, that actually use qualitative data to tell the story of a community and what makes it strong, not just, why does it have a higher score? So that is actually something that is already happening, if that matters to anyone for the wording.
Thank you. Yes, that goes directly for DIC and Indigenous communities. And then just to ask, can we add or enhance that space? A tool for reference to expand context for decision makers. Because then it puts it on the decision makers, but it also is highlighting how this is just a tool for reference to expand that context.
Renee, where would you suggest adding that language?
At the last sentence you were at, not this one, but it was like right before that. Sorry. When we were talking about how do we acknowledge it as a tool, it's a tool for reference to expand that context for the decision makers themselves. That way you're not just focusing that it's gonna have an outcome necessarily, the decision makers are doing that.
Okay. I think that again, it's a little confusing. Sometimes it's in different sections. So
a tool for reference to inform agency decision makers.
Decision makers, is that
Yeah.
Is that what you're suggesting here?
Should not be the only tool for reference. Or what we were explaining earlier where
It's on the first paragraph, I think, the second of your reference.
Sorry, Beatrice, first paragraph.
the first
where?
paragraph
of, first CHPAG's Environmental Justice Advisory Board should use Colorado EnviroScreen as an initial screening tool to expand context, right?
Yes.
That's where she's from.
Okay. To
Expand context to decision makers or for decision makers.
Okay, there you go. So sorry it took us a minute to get there,
No
but
worries.
thoughts on that? The original language was to inform decision making. The suggestion from, I believe, Kimberly was to remove that clause, and Renee, you're suggesting kind of a solution to that, which is expand context for decision makers and help prioritize. So I see some nods in the room. Any concerns on that?
I think I'm fine with the language. I think it's worded weird, right? Because it's saying the Environmental Justice Advisory Board would use it. So does that mean the Environmental Justice Advisory Board, like how do they interact with the decision makers unless, you know what I'm saying? Like in this sentence, it says the Environmental Justice Advisory Board use Colorado EnviroScreen as an initial screening tool to expand context for decision makers.
As an initial screening tool for reference, like it'll be one of many tools that they'll be referencing, but this is the very pivotal one.
No, the expand context for decision makers, I guess, right? So does the board interact with us as decision makers?
Yeah, so I think that the difference here is Michael is focused on the subject of the sentence, which is just the Environmental Justice Advisory Board.
Yeah.
Renee, I think I'm hearing you say that you would say that it should be broader than just the Environmental Justice Advisory Board. It should be like sort of CDPHE as a whole.
Yes.
It was just.
It is.
Yeah, it is weird.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's why I got left behind. I was trying to reword it.
Okay, so if we do that, then I think we can tell me if I'm wrong, room, but I think we're getting close to consensus here, which is good. So we have this sort of opening paragraph that discusses or sentence that discusses the appropriate use, and then a more specific sentence that provides instructions to the advisory board to do what it is in fact already doing, which is using EnviroScreen. Actually, we don't need screening tool twice, to help prioritize where to allocate grant funding, which is what the advisory board is doing. Any concerns? Does that kind of reach consensus there?
Well, to be clear, then we'd be keeping the informed decision-making throughout, right?
Oh, yeah, that's a good, so, okay. And informed decision making.
And in the part below where it struck out, I mean, and all throughout where it struck out, we would be restoring
that. This is the problem with too many line edits. Okay. Okay. Temperature of the room. How are we feeling?
Trisha, I just want to make sure, so in that, when you say second in that paragraph, then we would restore when using the tool for decision-making. then
Yeah,
Okay.
and I
you
think all
restored.
throughout in all of the
Yeah.
paragraphs, yeah.
Yeah. So and to be clear, we don't have to reach consensus. We can take a vote on that matter too. But yeah, that's kind of the topic on the table. So I guess I would put it back to Kimberly and Uni. Do you want to go to a vote on kind of the suite of edits, basically, or are you kind of more comfortable with the discussions we've had?
I'm comfortable with the discussions we've had.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with the discussions we've had too. The only thing I would say is, so in the next strikeout says we're using the tool for decision making. I guess the question I have is it the same language that you put up top when using the tool to inform decision making?
I think we can.
So and that's just a
yeah.
question to the room.
Okay. Great, so I think I'm gonna just go ahead and accept that edit. I'm going to accept these edits here in the first paragraph, okay? So then we have for informed decision-making. Should I change that to inform decision-making? This next one, okay. Okay.
We'll be having just as much fun at 6:30.
I think I will go ahead and accept Renee's qualitative data. Okay. So, and then I know this is actually going into the definition section, but it would be great to kind of resolve this all together. So let's go ahead and go down there. So
Which page?
Sorry, the page numbers are different in the draft that we have here. So give Lubna a moment to get the paper.
So section, Joel is in section 4, definition of disproportionately impacted community on page 28, which is section C, right?
Yeah, section C. In your paper draft, it's the paragraph that splits pages 28 to 29.
It's the paragraph that starts with the definition should also include quantified thresholds at the bottom of page 28.
So I think that language, and it should not be the only tool to inform agency decisions, is problematic because it could be the only tool. What we have been talking about is that it informs decision-making with information from the public and qualitative information and things, but that's different than saying that we have to have multiple tools to inform our decision-making.
Kimberly, this is your edit. Would you be comfortable with maybe, Tricia, am I hearing that you would want maybe only source of information, or
sure,
would that work for you, Kimberly? So it's not, yeah, so does that resolve the, okay. Any objections to changing that clause to, and it should not be the only source of information to inform agency decisions? Okay. I will go ahead and resolve that. Okay. Then the next edit is Kimberly's as the primary tool. So adding as the primary tool. So the sentence says the task force recognizes the challenges with using EnviroScreen to make decisions in rural areas where census block groups are very large. Sorry, interpreters, I read that very quickly. I'll pause. Kimberly suggested edit is adding as the primary tool in that sentence.
Kimberly, can you maybe explain that addition?
I'm trying to think back. I think it was, I think this was along the lines of just trying to kind of broaden the entirety of the discussion. So, I mean, if we want to take this out, or if we want to, based on the discussion and where we were trying to get with the use of EnviroScreen, honestly, I was trying to come up with a red line based on the discussion that we had, but I mean, I'm not language I'm not tied to, so I was trying to cover the discussion that we were talking about in terms of rural areas where the block groups are really big, and other sort of informed information to bring to the discussion for that.
Okay, and sorry, Kim, really quick, they had a little trouble hearing you online, so please just project.
So sorry. So I think I was trying to sort of capture the discussion in terms of the fact that the rural block groups are really large, and being able to sort of identify and go in closer to specific community needs and community concerns. And so how we come to that, I'm okay with removing it or coming up with alternative language that covers the concern that we were talking about.
Okay. I mean, if you're okay with it, I'd propose that we maybe could do without it, because I think the sentence without it says that exactly, right?
So I'll go ahead and move as the primary tool. So the sentence just reads, specifically, the task force recognizes the challenges with using Colorado EnviroScreen to make decisions in rural areas where census block groups are very large. Okay. Moving on to this next one, we're about 5 to 10 minutes behind schedule, which is okay, but let's try to move through these last two line edits quickly, and then we'll come back for a vote on part B in the data section. So Kimberly, you'd suggested cutting this sentence about that when an agency makes a decision using EnviroScreen, it should be based on a single fixed version. And I'll note that I believe, just from memory, that language was added at Robin Willie's request when she was on the task force because of the sort of concerns about regulatory certainty, and agencies need to sort of use one version. So if EnviroScreen changes at some point in the future, we would maintain an archive of the older versions so that if an agency had used that version, they would be able to sort of go back and reference the older version. So that's background context to where that sentence came from.
And Joel, I think I was looking at this with reference to that we were incorporating by reference, and so the incorporation by reference. So I was kind of along the same lines as Robin. So I think since we removed that, I mean, I'm okay with removing my striker. I'd look to the agency folks to what helps them and what doesn't.
Yeah, no, from a regulatory perspective, I would suggest keeping that.
So we will leave that one in, and it was originally paired with the confusing language on incorporation by reference. Okay, so final one is Kimberly. Also, I think we resolved all of you needs now. Removing this clause that says in the context of specific types of agency decisions.
And I think we'll address that when we set the threshold. So that's kind of where I was coming from with the threshold. So we can leave it if folks want to leave it.
Okay, I will strike that edit then. And obviously we will have to come back this afternoon to make final decisions on that threshold question. So, but I think that means for now we can actually come up to, we've resolved all the issues through consensus and line editing, which is hard and probably a little painful, but great job, team. That is good, right? It's much better to do that than end up with sort of just, minority report and having to do the vote. So with that, Lumna, if we're ready, I guess we can invite a motion on part B.
Sorry,
C.
So this is for part C on Colorado EnviroScreen, given all the edits that we just made. So would anybody like to propose a motion?
I propose a motion to adopt part C of section 3.
I second.
We will move to a vote, and that poll is now active. I think Ilda just stepped out and we can ask for her vote, but that is 20 votes in favor, yes, so that passes. Do folks need a break before we move on to best practices for community engagement? Yes. Okay, let's do a quick 5-minute break so if folks can be back at 10:20. We are about 15 minutes behind schedule, so if you could please, 5 minutes only. Thank you.
Exactly, we're going to get to it. I think we're going to get to it. And I think we're going to just cut it off from this.
Yes, and I left it open for you.
Okay.
So that you're.
It's a, yeah. You love the arm rights a lot. Thank you. I can go now.
Sorry, I was in.
Okay, we are back online. And if folks could minimize side conversation and make their way back to their seat, our next section that we're going to focus on is best practices for community engagement. But before we do, Tyson, go ahead.
Well, I'm a big fan of celebrating small victories, and I do want to just give a big shout out to Uni and her subcommittee for the work that they did on that Section 3. I think data is one of the hardest things to portray and figure out, and you guys did an amazing job and made it really easy on this task force to get through that section very quickly because of all the legwork that you guys did to get it to where it was. So congratulations on that first victory of many, hopefully today.
Thanks, Tyson. Yes, I think it's really important to celebrate the small wins, and that actually was not a small win. That was a pretty big win. So thanks for lifting that up. Okay, so we are going to move on to our next section on best practices for community engagement. For this section, we have Rachel Bryan Acker, our CDPHE's tribal liaison, joining us, and she's just kind of online to see if anybody, if there's discussion and anybody has questions, she's here for this session. So just wanted to throw that out there. Thanks, Rachel, for joining us. So we are going to, like the last section, go through each of the sections that we believe already have consensus. And so we are going to start with the best practices for community engagement, section A. And so this is on page 31 of your draft recommendations in hard copy.
Perfect.
Sorry, did I say something? Sorry, section 5A on page 31. And so Ilda, as the chair of this subcommittee, if you would like to propose motions moving forward, I mean, really anybody could do it, but if you would like to, in the areas that we're going to vote on for this are sections A, C, and then we'll go through every section of section D. We'll be skipping over section B because we'll want to discuss that in a little bit more detail. So starting off with section A, which agencies should apply the best practices?
Yeah, so I would like to make a motion to move to a vote of the recommendation 5A, which agencies should apply the best practices.
Second.
Or was there are no edits, no discussions associated to it? Love that. Continue.
Okay, awesome. All right, if folks are in the polling software to adopt section 5A, this is now live and you can vote. Yeah, like the speed with which people are voting right now. This is great. We need, yeah, but, oh, there we go. Okay. All right, that is 20 votes in favor. Yes, there's one member missing, and I'll try to keep the poll active until we start the next one. Okay. So we are moving on to section C, skipping over B because we will discuss that in more detail. So section 5C, page 33, what types of decisions should best practices be applied in?
If not, I would like to make a motion to move to a vote of recommendation 5C. What types of decisions should best practices be applied?
Second.
I just want to make a comment that I feel really good about the decisions that we were able to get to that are in the tables for the IE shows, and I think that it's been really responsive to the public comment that we've had over this time, and so I will be supporting this, but I just wanted to say that.
Great, thank you. To adopt section 5C, this poll is now active. We're waiting on one more person to vote.
Gary's.
Gary's here.
Oh, Doug, yeah. Okay, great. That is a unanimous yes with 20 votes in favor of adopting section 5C. We will move on to section D1. So this is on page 34, moving on to page 35. This is on cross-cutting recommendations about community engagement. And subsection 1 is about capacity building to conduct meaningful community engagement.
I'm sorry, repeat that one section.
This is on page 35, section D, subsection 1. Sorry, I should say section 5, part D, 1.
I make a motion to accept section D1.
Second.
Feel free subcommittee members to of the best practices and put out motions.
Okay, to adopt section 5, part D1, that poll is now active. We just need one more person. And Kimberly, we are on adopting section 5D1 on page 35. Okay, that is 20 votes in favor and that passes. Okay, moving on to section D2, and Ilda, I can just kind of turn it over to you to go through each of these sections while I do the polling.
Perfect, you get it started. I would like to make a motion to move to a vote on recommendation D2, making technical decision-making processes available.
I have a question. Can we motion for D2 through 5?
Can we? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, back, let me post them in a blog.
Yeah,
I don't see
Yeah,
any.
this was really just to see if anybody had comments on any of the sections, but
Can anybody raise their hand if
Please, yes,
they think they're gonna have any comments in the next
Any
4
comments
sections?
on section D? If not, I would like to move a motion to vote for recommendations D 1 through 6. 6.
I'll second.
Second. Awesome. Let's put it for a vote. Thank you, love.
Ian, go ahead.
Since we looped in number 6 again, I just wanted to recognize the commitment by this task force to continue to push it. My co-chair as well, and Renee and Jaime and Ilda participated in. Did you participate sometime, SAP too, in the Indigenous Subcommittee? I feel like you did. To really say that first letter that we received saying they didn't want to participate, we weren't going to stop there, that we knew we had more responsibility. And I hope for those, especially working in the agencies, that you can see with the strong commitment that we can rebuild these relationships, that we can be working together and to help ensure the resources make it back to these communities. In particular, this necklace I'm wearing I actually got with the Southern Youth, which was really beautiful. And it was a powerful moment of it clicking, I think, for them, that it's not just about the past, it's about the future. And I'm just really grateful that we were able to put this in here and commit those resources, even though the legislature didn't even direct it holistically. I think it's a recognizing that as a critical component to the environmental justice work we have to do.
thanks. Renee?
Just to reiterate, this is actually recognizing the treaties, honestly, and the sovereignty of tribes for the first time in a lot of state and federal agencies. So we might think we're making a small step, we are not. So please keep that in mind, that just being able to reach out even to the chairman of the Ute Mountain Ute and how the Environmental Justice Action Task Force is just a stepping stone for other states too, including in Utah and other spaces. So thank you for that as well.
All right, well, the motion is still on the table and it was seconded. There's no amendments. So this poll to adopt section 5D 2 through D6 is now active. Okay, great. That is 20 votes in favor to pass all of section D. So thank you for that. And now we will move into our discussion portion. The first area that we were going to discuss is section B of the best practices for community engagement. This is on page 32. When should best practices apply? And I'm just going to kind of walk us through this middle paragraph here. During the October Greeley meeting, the task force did not reach consensus on what the baseline should be. 58% supported option 1 below, which is that the baseline should be a minimum standard that is different from, and this includes fewer requirements than, the gold standard of recommendations that the task force has provided in section E below. So that received 58% of the votes. Then there was 42% of the task force members in support of option 2, which is that the baseline should be the recommendations that the task force has provided in section E, the recommendations as they appear in section E. So this is kind of on the table, and Ilda, maybe I will turn it over to you, and I will just keep track of the queue.
Yeah, and I think it's something important to look at before then. I think I would love to everybody to actually read in detail section E, because it is a long list. But the reality of it is that it's options. It's not all or nothing. And I do want to elevate that, because I think the vote on section B, if you're not looking at section E, if you're just like looking at this gigantic list, it can be very difficult to make that decision. So I do want to highlight that as we're looking for this option.
You know, I might just say to channel Dominique's point earlier, and really in like the interest of us as staff, sometimes we create binaries that may be false binaries for you, right? To kind of force straw polls and figure out your temperature and figure out where to go the next meeting. So though we have presented the two options as a binary, and maybe we do need to kind of vote on them, to Dominique's point, there is also, they don't have to be a binary, right? I think that sort of a blending of the two options could involve either adjusting this paragraph at the start of part E to Ilda's point, or adjusting some of the language in part B, but just want to be clear that it doesn't have to be a binary between those two.
Yeah, and I do want to elevate on paragraph 1 on section E. The task force does not envision that agencies would apply every one of these best practices in every circumstance. Instead, as discussed in section B above, the recommendations will be used to establish baseline standards and guidelines for agencies to follow when possible. So I do want to elevate that piece in the paragraph as we're looking at.
And I just want to recognize that we will be likely toggling back and forth between section B and E. We probably do need to talk about them simultaneously. So just for reference, section B is on page 32, section E is on page 40. We're going to go Kelly, Elizabeth, then Uni.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for raising this. I think section 5E is really powerful because people told us how they want to be communicated with. I think you all did a really remarkable job in a short period of time pulling together this list. I think this is something we can probably come together on, because I can tell you why option 1 resonated with me initially, which is because respecting the idea that things do need to be applied case by case. I'm just trying to think of how a legislature would adopt that and how we would demonstrate we're compliant with that. Whereas in option 1, there's like a clear, we're talking about coming to a clear standard where we're demonstrating compliance, and then we're explaining where we are with regard to the other things. And I do think for us, we will need to do some explaining. I think that is, consistent with what we already have to do with respect to Senate Bill 272 also. But that was why option 1 resonated the most with me, is because should this come to somebody like me to implement, I think I'm going to be looking at like, how do I demonstrate compliance and how do I go beyond that compliance? So I think maybe there are some ways we can kind of work on the wording to bring those together. But I'd love to hear what others think. Thank you.
Elizabeth?
Yeah, I'd agree with Kelly on that. I think just that sentence, Ilda, that you mentioned in section E, that to me like signals that, saying that these recommendations could be used to establish baseline standards, or sorry, no, where is that one? Oh, yeah, as discussed above, the task force does not envision the agencies would apply every one of these best practices in every circumstance. That to me kind of echoes option 1, that all of these would be the gold standard, but in a case-by-case basis, the agencies, some of these might make more sense in one scenario versus trying to accomplish all of them. So as someone that's in community engagement, having, the section E be presented as the baseline itself is just overwhelming for an agency that's, trying to get the resources and the staff to be able to implement. So have kind of differentiating what's the baseline, and then what is other things that would be good for an agency to work towards, helps with that prioritization and kind of knowing where to focus resources and funding to be able to achieve that on a realistic timeline.
Marcia, is that a direct response to the point? Okay, we'll just keep you in the queue then. Uni?
I'm taking a cue from what I heard yesterday. Can you explain the difference in simple language between the two options?
Between the two options, so if we are determining that this is the gold standard, it is going to be very easy for, in many of these processes, for agencies to say it is too hard to achieve. We're going to require the minimum necessary to do it. If we're thinking about this as a baseline and as a menu of options that is elevated, because it's not elevating each one of them, but like the timing of meetings. If you're missing one of these points within any of the subsections, you're going to be missing a whole block of individuals to engage. So you're missing completely the methods for receiving input from communities. And you are doing, if you are doing a permitting process, if it's the gold standard that you have to have methods of receiving input, that is going to miss a whole set of communities. So that is what I'm saying. This specific points, the timing, the meetings, there are some different options that are elevated here that can be followed. But this being a baseline guide for agencies to follow. And if they're not able to meet one of these ones, being able to explain why not. Because it is not the circumstance of this specific rulemaking or whatever that we don't have time to do it, that it might not fit within it, but they have to excuse why they would not. There has to be a response to community or why some of these pieces will not be covered.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Ian?
The way I read this, and again, back to the legislative intent of the law, the legislators who passed this, and those who wrote it, and those with them recognize that we have to do more for communication. That the process itself wasn't working. The process itself wasn't working for other people, and I'm really grateful for the amount of work that's been put into this. In some ways, as I read this, as the two sections connect to each other, is that when you're deciding what kind of community engagement you're doing, you need to come to this list and say, we should think about the timing of the meetings, and here are some options. We should think about the methods for receiving input from communities. Here are some options. If we did all of them, it would be the best outcome possible. If we need to be thinking about where the location is and the accessibility and the outreach materials. And I think that that's how I see the two connecting. And it is more well-developed than the original intent of the legislation that was written. I think having the resources to actually have the support to do every single one of these is probably something that we may see on like a Colorado water plan or some of these others, which even to be fair, though there are gold standard plans that we built for agencies, they still have failed on many of the things that are listed on these lists currently.
Thanks, Ian. So again, just because I'm seeing the conversation start to balloon a little bit, we're looking at these couple of options. So if we are leaning towards one option or the other, or somebody wants to propose a solution of just rewording and not creating a binary, please feel free to do that. Marcia? Yeah.
Well, in the sense of that, then what I'm saying is I think if that is it option 2, Hilda? That's the one you're supporting, right?
Option 2.
Yeah, option 2. I'm saying that it already functionally works that way to support what option 2 is.
Okay. Yeah, and I think Ian, you basically explained why option 2. You elaborated on what option 2 means. Okay, we'll go Marcia, Tricia, Michael, Elizabeth, Dominique.
I'm going to try to use very simple examples to the best of my ability. I definitely see both options and I can see sort of both perspectives. So maybe my recommendation is a baseline minimum guidance for agencies to utilize because, and I sat on the outreach committee, I'll be clear about that. From an agency perspective, and I'm going to use projects as an example, there are many different types of projects that my agency might do, and I'm going to use construction as one. So like if say this building, this facility was doing an internal renovation, a couple drywall, new carpeting, that level of outreach and engagement is different from if I were building this entirely new hotel from the ground up. That makes a bigger impact to community than doing an internal renovation to an existing building. So based on those two examples, is this saying that I would have to use this guideline as a base for both? And that would be difficult from a execution perspective because that involves a lot of funding, right? It involves manpower to execute that work. But if I were looking at it to say, oh, here's a guideline, this is the minimum standard, let me kind of, to Ian's point, as I'm doing and starting this project, I can say the level of impact does it have? Do I need these meetings? So I think it's minimum baseline guidance or something like that might be helpful.
So if I can clarify, so Marcia, I'll come back and maybe see if we can get a friendly red line to kind of maybe move us to consensus. I do want to ground everyone that section C that you just voted on defines what types of decisions these best practices would be applied in. So you unanimously agreed that this would cover only, sorry, let me get the exact wording, that these best practices would be applied only for decisions that could significantly impact or potentially harm the environment or public health in a disproportionately impacted community, with examples of significant rulemakings, permitting actions for very large facilities, significant funding decisions, major planning decisions, developing ISHAs, and tribal consultations. So it is just to go back to your example, probably that would already tell the hypothetical agency in your example to apply the best practices for the building the new hotel, not renovating the hotel. That said, I think your point about guidance outside of the context of that example could be added in. Would you suggest adding it as, well, I think there are two places that it could go. It could be here in option one. Or here in option two, right? So one could be sort of framing section E as guidance. The other would be saying that maybe I didn't do that well. I think there's a lot of places the word guidance could go, but I would welcome input on where that would.
Yeah, more specific guidance on what kind of projects this will apply to specifically, or are you referring to more specific guidance from the coordinating agency?
I would maybe turn it to Marcia actually and see maybe let me take that out. Where do you think that would fit in best? Because it doesn't have to be in the options, right? So that this paragraph, but let's just sorry, I'm gonna dissect section B really quickly so we can all think about changes. So it starts by saying that agencies should have discretion to apply the best practices on a case-by-case basis, depending on the unique needs of a community and the nature of the agency action that the engagement is about. Right, so recognizing that that's renovating a hotel is different than building a hotel. However, there should also be baseline standards that are mandatory, which agencies must follow to limit that discretion to ensure that disproportionately impacted communities are not overlooked or left out of decision-making that impacts their communities. So it then goes on to say that individual agencies should develop their own baseline standards, so what their own minimum is for the actions that meet that significance threshold in Part C, through their own processes with input, guidance, and support from us, the Environmental Justice Program, in our interagency coordination role. The task force recommends that the baseline should be a standard that doesn't include every requirement for community engagement. It should instead cover basic requirements to effectively engage disproportionately impacted communities. And then the question on the table, which is what is that baseline standard? Is it what is currently listed in Part E, or is it something less than that? And then finally, what happens if the agency doesn't follow those practices? This is what I think was referred to as the accountability mechanism in the final best practices subcommittee, which is the recognition that not all agencies can do the full suite of engagement right away. And therefore the task force would recommend basically a phased in timeline of 2 years that is discussed below, and that agencies would essentially have to report on why they did not follow certain of the best practices that are part of the baseline for a decision in a public report. So that was a long time going through the wording, which hopefully everyone's read, but hopefully it grounds us. And I know there's a lot of folks in the queue, so I'm sorry I went so long there.
Okay, so our queue right now is Trisha, Michael Ogletree, Renee, Elizabeth, Dominique, Kimberly. So I also just want you to be cognizant of, we've had a lot of conversations since you already raised your hand. So keep in mind all of that. And if you know, if your point is now moot, then please, okay. Michael, did you?
Yeah, so the concern I have with having very prescriptive language for requirements, being that this is the baseline, right? Because that's what we're talking about, right? If the baseline is everything on here, so everything would be mandatory, versus it having be, something that we look to achieve when possible, is that in some cases, some of these technologies may not exist in the future, and that would put us out of compliance, out of legislative compliance with meeting these. A good example is like newspapers, right? Newspapers are specifically called out in here, right? And there's local bulletin boards. What if there is a community that doesn't have a bulletin board, right? And having it be very specific and a requirement that's in legislation could potentially put agencies at risk for being in violation of legislation if it's as prescriptive as a baseline and a requirement for every agency to do.
Ilda, do you want to
It's just a
respond?
direct response to it. That's where the paragraph that indicates if the agency cannot meet it, they need to explain. For example, this community doesn't have bulletin boards. Thus, we won't have it. Newspapers have died off. They don't exist anymore. We just have online blogs. That's a new reality we face. And that's why there's like an option of it, because if you're not meeting them, you should be able to say, we didn't have translation in 3 different languages, actually, because their highest percentage of population only speaks Spanish in that area. We had very little in that community who managed to speak languages. So that's what more like that document is like, here's what we didn't do, but we're being conscious and cognizant of what are the steps that we need to do as an agency to make sure that we're spreading this information and making it as easily and democratically accessible to all community members that are going to be affected by it.
Thanks. Renee, did you still have a point that you wanted to bring up?
Just to support for the baseline, it addresses embedded populations. So there are some communities that only have newspapers, that only have bulletin boards, and if that's the current reality, that's the embedded populations that we're currently needing to meet first. So I understand preparing for the future, and I'm wondering if there's any way that we can combine the two to some degree, because we need both aspects and duality, in all honesty.
So again, I'm going to push people to kind of come up with, if you have language, please do propose it. We're going to go Elizabeth, Dominique, then Kim.
I was just going to bring up, and Joel kind of covered it, that in that first paragraph it says, however, there should be some baseline standards that are mandatory. So I think if we're thinking about like language edits, we need to, I guess, focus on that, and that would maybe inform in the next paragraph, and that would maybe inform how those two options come together. And the last thing I would just say is, while this list is amazing and is extremely helpful in terms of like trying to help agencies figure out where there's holes in their own implementation, and I understand that each agency is going to go through and make their own plan. That's what we say. I think the risk in saying that all of these, with the flexibility, is the baseline and therefore the mandatory thing, is just the amount of money required is enormous for this list. And that fiscal note might be an impediment to moving the legislation forward for this section as the task force envisions it or is trying to push forward.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Dominique?
Yeah, I think we're making this way too complicated, and I would move to strike most of this section and have like 2 or 3 or 4 sentences sort of in line with what Ian was saying, which is that agencies should use this as a guide, should look at every section, should do the most it possibly can under each section, and maybe should report in the SMART Act every year on their adherence to this list. I don't like this whole separate planning regime and their own baselines and all that stuff. Like I feel like we're all on agreement, but we just have way too much complication here.
Okay.
So Dominique, I hate to make you do this. Could you repeat your point, and I will actually type it out this time.
Okay. So
or Morgan, did you already type it? Can you just chat it to me really quick? One moment, sorry.
Sure.
This is why we have redundant note taking.
Yeah.
While keeping section E as a reference.
Section E? Oh, yes. Yeah, not changing section. Well, section E is the list of all the things, right?
Right.
Yeah. No. We definitely, that's the guide of all the things you should think about and try to do.
I did miss one line, so I don't full set of these.
Okay.
Okay, this will be a lot of line editing, but I think it'll be worth it. Sorry, let me. Okay, so part 1 is that agencies should use the best practices listed in section E as a guide. Agencies should
review each subheading, because I do think, there was a point about like, let's think about location, let's think about timing, let's think about outreach. So review each section.
So each agency should use each of the categories of best practices used in section E as a guide.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm sorry, thinking of future audiences for how to conduct community engagement. Let's be specific about what we're talking about. I think the next idea was Morgan paraphrased as do the most agencies possibly can. So can you elaborate on wording there?
Yes, agencies should adopt or use the best practices, as many of them as often as they can in their outreach. In every different outreach, they should be using as many of them as they possibly can. And other agency people, feasible, I don't care about the language, tell me what's wrong there, but.
I do want to think about keeping the paragraph of that the task force recognizes the cost of it, because if we're not acknowledging the cost, then,
Sure.
I was gonna say we just don't have the money.
So we could say maybe as possible, given cost, time, and appropriate. Appropriate.
Yeah. Resources to fund this.
Sure.
Which is the part of we're saying they have a timeline to build this plan of 2
Yep.
years to be able to build those resources.
Yep. And then I do just like that idea of accountability. Agencies should report on their community engagement efforts and results each year in the SMART Act hearings.
I think we have some specific language on
Somewhere
that.
else.
Do you mind if I pull that up here?
Yeah.
So it's
Somewhere. Yep. There we go.
I'm just gonna pull up that whole paragraph. We can see.
Yep.
Maybe we don't need it all. So the current paragraph reads, the task force recommends that agencies periodically review their plans for applying the best practices. So
You can
cut
take out
that.
the plans, yeah.
Okay. Agents, I think I cut too much. So agencies should report on progress towards developing and implementing their plan. Well, I guess,
That whole
the best practices listed in section E during the annual SMART Act hearings. I think the rest is kind of explaining the purpose of a SMART Act hearing, so I'll cut that. So Dominique, I think I'm hearing you say that this would be your suggestion for kind of replacing all of section B.
Yes.
Okay. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, there's a piece about below the SMART Act and the original one, the list of practices for community engagement below can be resources for agencies to draw on. And it kind of elevates the role of the environmental justice program as part of that. I think it would be important to keep that.
So Yilda, that was actually a little hard for me to hear in the room because we have background noise. You're saying you would recommend keeping this section that I'm highlighting on the screen with sort of the interagency coordinating role and where agencies can go to get resources. I'm seeing universal nods across the room, I think, on that. I'm gonna.
Do we want to keep also the timeline, like it's literally that paragraph that it elevates the timeline of 2 years after effective day of legislative enactment for this recommendations?
I would say no, because I feel like the timeline was about like each agency creating a plan. We're just saying like agencies should use these as guides and do as much as they can.
I'd agree.
I just think they're not going to, because if they do it immediately, they're going to say, we just have all these restrictions and it becomes culture. This is what we can do. And there's not a process of growth of like, this is what we're going to do this year. By next year, we want to be here. Year after, we're going to be as close as possible to be able to meet some of these pieces.
So should we amend the report to the SMART Act about showing progress each year?
To get as close as possible to the baseline original recommendation?
Or to use more of the best practices, or to do more outreach?
Dominique, I wonder if you're okay. I think there could be a world where these sentences at the start of that paragraph are cut. So I know it makes it harder to read if I cut them, but these are the sentences discussing the plan. And then the latter paragraphs are just discussing the phased in implementation timeline. Would that sort of resolve the question of not referencing the plan, but still talking about phased in, or is that still more prescriptive than you're thinking?
I think that it's fine to have a timeline. I guess I like the idea that agencies should be improving. I completely agree. I guess a timeline seems sort of arbitrary because some agencies will be so close to this already. Like some agencies do so much of this already, and not to say the names, but other agencies don't.
So that's where we're at the 2 years, because I know there's some that already are there. You know, that's that was the 2 years.
I just want to give other folks an opportunity to speak. So we'll go Tara and then Elizabeth.
I love this list. It is fantastic. My only concern, and I just need someone to walk me through how this is going to look with the funding, because again, I'm fairly new. I'm worried that our budget restraints in the next 3 to 4 years are going to be brutal. I don't think we're really prepared for it as a state. So what I'm worried about is if we have to show growth in the next 3 to 4 years and the departments don't have the funding that they started off with, are we putting ourselves in a challenging situation? So if I don't know what we're looking at, and I know we're going to depend on Ian and the team to help us get that funding every year. But when we were looking at fiscal notes for long-term, that's the only thing I'm concerned about, really locking us in. And then people are coming to the department saying, why aren't you doing more when we don't have the resources that we need to do more over time?
Thanks, Sarah.
Do we
Elizabeth?
want to put as budgets accommodated, or is there you go, according to like this, like
Because then you're just giving them an out. Just giving it an out.
Okay, so the queue is going to be Elizabeth, Ian, Gary, and Beatriz.
I also agree, like, with having agencies show progress, and I'm wondering, whether that's captured or we could put some language like agents, yeah, it's already captured. Agencies should report on progress towards developing these. So that captures the progress thing. The concern I have with putting in like a fixed timeline in 2 years is just knowing a little bit about how the budget process works, and you're putting in things that you're hoping to get past like next fiscal year, and like it just 2 years sounds like a really long time, but then when you're trying to apply for a budget for next year, it just like stretches that timeline, or it like really tightens that timeline in terms of and then also the hiring process of like hiring people, how long that takes at the state level is just another consideration why the 2 years I think makes sense for a lot of agencies, but for others, I worry that that's too prescriptive, and what we should be focused on is just them showing some type of progress in this area. I think that's all I had.
So I just want to do a time check. We are about 10 minutes behind schedule. We are cutting into the conversation of just transition, which is next. And we would really like to have that conversation before lunch. So we can keep the queue. And I would just ask, keep your comments to a minimum.
And please tell me what to edit in the red line.
So for timeliness sake,
so
do we want to remove the 2 years and maybe do benchmarks of improvement?
Okay, so I'm gonna start timer of 1 minute max per person. Ian, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, we're making a lot of changes here, so I hope that we don't just go through this and then all of a sudden vote. I would like some time to be able to like read through it as a larger section instead of being able to see this with so much changing. I think it's really important that agencies come up with a plan. I also don't know if the SMART Act is a place that's like accessible for my community. Even if you said we couldn't apply for it this year, or we would need this many FTEs over this many years, we need that kind of benchmarking for our communities to see considerable action moving forward. And I think the other thing I'm hearing is agencies that are concerned about this. Like this comes back to the interagency coordination, and I want to be clear, there are already agencies that are implementing a lot of this. Not all of this is going to cost money. It's about making you think about it differently, of where you're already committing the resources you have.
Thanks, Ian. Gary, and then Beatriz. Okay, great. Beatriz and then Elizabeth.
I just wanted to add that I see your concerns, but this will become second nature. And maybe at the beginning, it's just going to be a little tighter, but then it's just going to be like a normal way of operating. And I think it's just going to take a little bit of time, but
I totally hear the paradigm shift, and that's been brought up a lot, and I hear that, I respect that. I guess just in the interest of time, the other sentence I just wanted to bring up, it's agencies that have limited staff resources should also consider partnering with community-based organizations. I think that's right above the SMART Act paragraph. Yeah. I just want to reflect that what I've heard is if we're going to these community-based organizations and asking them for their time and help in trying to get an agency message out, we should be giving them funding and paying them for their time. So I think this is a great point, but I just want to point out that this isn't everything we're saying in this section requires funding. It requires staff resources. So this is not like a way to get around that extra funding issue. And so I would say, in terms of a line edit, sorry, Rachel, should recognize limited staff resources, consider partnering with community-based organizations to to increase capacity. And then maybe just at the end of that whole sentence, as funding allows. If we're gonna keep that sentence.
All right.
So I will confess I'm usually very good at figuring out what we need to do. I am very confused right now. So I want to, it seems like we have potentially like an array of options, and I just want to take the temperature of the room. So one option is what is I'm going to call it the Dominique option, though it reflects input from multiple people, is replacing section B with just this paragraph and this section that is currently at the end, sort of talking about how agencies should get resources, and then cutting the rest of the section. Is that an accurate characteristic of what you're proposing, Dominique?
Yes, it is.
Is there anyone who would prefer not to move forward with that?
And this is on page 32 through 33. So this is.
Though amended a lot.
Though amended a lot. So this is the new paragraph that you see at the top is not in your draft recommendation. So if you're looking at the hard copy recommendations, the only paragraph that would remain is the paragraph prior to the bullets and the bullets themselves, and then this summary paragraph that was just written. Ian, go ahead.
I'm not comfortable with moving forward. I need to be able to really see it, what it looks like before and after. This is challenging.
Okay, Kimberly and then Jamie.
Yeah, I agree with Ian, and I think part of my concern is that this isn't putting forward a proposal to put a plan in place the way that I read it. Now, that's not to say that we can't incorporate language in here, that agencies can use each of the categories as a base, as a guide on how to conduct community engagement. I'd be more comfortable with as a guide to put a plan in place, because I think what I'm hearing, and maybe I'm hearing inaccurately, some of the agency concern is that they can't incorporate everything in C. But I think from my perspective, I think agencies should start working immediately on a community engagement plan incorporated for those things that are listed, for those certain actions that are listed below. So I think my concern with this is not driving that a plan has to be started and put in place. I'm not saying that it has to incorporate everything in E, but a community engagement plan should be started to get put into place after this comes forward.
Okay. Jamie, and then just for all the comments moving forward, we really need to focus on the text on the page, not what is important and what's not important. So if you're able to kind of read through, and if there's anything here, then go ahead.
I just wanted to say I'm not right at the moment. I'm not comfortable cutting all of that text out. I might be agreeable to cutting some of it out, but I think we would have to discuss what is being cut. And I also just wanted to point out that as we went through the process of putting this best practices section together, I think we built in considerable amounts of flexibility so that agencies don't have to feel like completely bound by a lot of this stuff. And so I would ask that folks make sure and read some of the paragraphs and, look for that flexibility.
It is below what's on the statute of the EDA. All of that. We went a little bit lower because it was so hard. I want to elevate that.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
I agree. And I just think that B is muddying the waters by talking about baselines and gold standards and separate plans and separate timelines. And I want to just say, the agency should be doing as many of these as possible, wherever possible, reporting on it, progress, and then get to the recommendations. I mean, I agree with you. I just think that B, we're getting convoluted in how it's going to work.
Okay, so I'm hearing people don't feel ready to make a decision. I just want to remind you all, you do have to make a decision today. Every time we put something off, that means you are deciding that you do not want to spend time dealing with a different issue, right? Which is effectively going to be the Isha section. So just keep that in mind. We do have a limited time available with the Office of Just Transition staff who have been here for 15 minutes already, and we are 15 minutes into the hour that we have with them. So what we are going to, yeah.
People are looking around,
They are not physically here, they are online. So I am going to propose that I will compile two very clear options that I will put in the public draft. One will be the Dominique option. The other will be the sort of existing draft. You all can look at that during the lunch break, and then we will have to have a final vote after lunch. It will in fact probably not be immediately after lunch, because again, we have people lined up to come in then to be experts on a certain section, but we will build in a time for that. So does that work for everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, we are going to table this discussion, and as Joel mentioned, the updated draft, the kind of two different versions, will be available in the public drive for you all to review at the lunch break. Okay, we are going to move on to Just Transition, and we have about 40 minutes here before lunch. So I just want to point out that we have we have Wade Buchanan from the Office of Just Transition with us here today, just to kind of chime in if anybody has any questions for him, or just to provide commentary. We thought it would make sense, we're talking about Just Transition, to have somebody actually from the Office of Just Transition. So with that said, I do want to just go ahead and open up the conversation, and a couple of things that are on the table, and I'll reference you to a page number here.
49.
So we are on Just Transition, section 7. So the last section of the recommendations, page 49. And so a couple of the things that we wanted to discuss that came up during the last meeting is what it means to fully fund the current plan recommendation, and whether or how to frame the language of expansion. And so we would open it up for discussion, or if anybody has questions for Wade. Yeah, Gary.
Thank you, and always a pleasure to see you, Wade. Appreciate all your hard work at the Just Transition Office. Just to kind of start off the conversation, I was hoping you could share with the task force, what is the current funding status under the existing scope at the Just Transition?
Great, Gary, thank you. I also want to point out my colleague, Terry Livermore, who is our policy and engagement manager, is also online for us. And if the questions get hard, we'll pump them to her. So we have several sources of funding now. It's important to understand that our challenge is a long-term challenge, probably well over a decade in front of us, to assist the coal communities that are transitioning away from use of coal for generating electricity in the state. And those closure dates, there have been a few closures already, but those closure dates in the future really kind of stack up at the end of this decade. So it's a long-term challenge we have. And so the funding we've received, I have to say, initially rather unexpectedly and quickly as part of the state recovery package back in the 2021 legislative session. We've received two tranches of $15 million each. And I will save you the details of the legislation, but it was, we essentially have $15 million to work with affected communities around their strategies for transitioning away from, I mean, the way to think about this is they're losing a major employer. They're losing a major property taxpayer and a major employer, and a major economic driver in their communities. It's not as helpful to think about, you know, so our job is replacing jobs with jobs, and property tax with property tax, and economic vitality with economic vitality. It's not, we're not necessarily there to replace megawatts with megawatts, if that, if that distinction makes sense. But that 15 million is to help them with those, and do our work internally to, like, we intervened at the PUC and done other activities, but to do everything we can from our action plan to help those communities address their challenges and prepare and implement their plans for the future. 75% of that money is it's our target. I think we're going to meet, and we may exceed that a little bit, is going out in grants to the transition communities. The other 15 million is to support the worker programs. And when we say worker programs, it's important to understand that it is the workers who are actually going to lose their jobs, and not workforce broadly defined. If you think about workforce as we often think about it, how do we get the workforce for this employer? How do we make sure the kids coming out of our schools are ready to, to succeed? All those sorts of larger policy workforce issues really belong on the side that is with the communities and the economic development. The direction we have from our legislation is to focus with this money specifically on the workers who are going to lose their jobs. We're talking about somewhere just south of 1,000 utility workers, power plant workers that might lose their jobs. We're talking about somewhere south of about 1,000 miners who might lose their jobs. And then we have a category of supply chain workers who fit under that category as well. Those job losses are the bulk of those job losses, perhaps most, if not all of those job losses, are also in that timeline of later this decade. So what we're working on now with that, and we're able to hold the money, what we're working on right now with that is what that program looks like. How do we engage the workers early in the process? And how do we, get upstream from the job losses, the specific job losses, and work with them on their individual transition. So that's that two tranche of 30 million. I will add quickly that OEDIT, the Office of Economic Development and International Trade, has also received 5 million. So if you're keeping track, we're up to 35 million that they are to use for economic development activities in transition communities. We are actually talking about and likely to do a unified grant program with them so the communities don't have to figure out, should I be talking to OJT or talking to OEDIT, that they would come through one door and we'd work with them together. And then finally, we are starting to receive, there was a bill, I want to say it was in 2021, it might have been 2020, I think it's 2021, 1312, which changed a lot of tax policies. But one of the things it did was phase out one exemption and one tax credit in the coal severance tax. And as that phases out, the delta, the change in revenue, is deposited in our cash fund. And when that is fully implemented, when those are fully phased out, probably around 2027, we estimate that we'll be receiving another about 2 million a year. And that'll continue as a kind of a consistent funding source as long as we're digging coal in the state. And that is a big question, because that is determined not just by the power plants in the state, but everything that's going on in the state, the national, and the international coal markets. So if you're counting, our guess is we have right now, and then we have a regular long bill appropriation for staff and the like. So if you add all that up, probably over the next decade, maybe a little less than a decade, we're expecting to have about, at this point, based on everything that's actually been determined by the legislature, have about 50 million to work with. And again, 30 million of that is clearly designated, half for the communities, half for the workers. 5 million again for the community's economic development through OEDIT, and then the rest kind of to be determined, but it's to implement our action plan. Sorry for the long-winded answer, Gary. That'll teach you to ask me a question. Excuse me, is there conversation going on? I'm not hearing a thing.
Hey, Joel, are we supposed to hear you? We haven't heard anything that's been going on, just as an FYI. Just for the people online, they're just figuring out the audio issues right now.
See, my thing is okay. Can you hear us now, Wade?
Okay, so yeah, apologies for the delay. We had an audio glitch in the room. And Joel did make an announcement that the section that we were previously talking about on best practices for community engagement can be found on the public drive for task force members to read during the lunch break. That document is clearly labeled as options for best practices for community engagement, Part B. So that was the only announcement that was made. We will drop a link to that document in the chat. Thanks, Joel. That document is in the Zoom chat for anybody that's having trouble finding it, but it's on the public drive in the area where we keep our drafts. Okay, so resuming the conversation, we were talking about just transition. Wade, thank you for your answer to Gary's question, and I believe, Gary, you were responding.
Thank you. Wade, just a quick follow-up. Out of the 50 million that you outlined in your response, do you think that's enough to accomplish the program goals at the Just Transition, or is there additional funding needed to accomplish everything that's laid out?
Gary, that's a great question. And I guess I would start the answer with a statement that I'm not sure we know. Well, I'm sure we don't know. This is an iterative process. We're learning as we go. We're the first office of our kind in the country. We are trying things, seeing what works. I don't mean to have that sound as random as they are, but we're trying to learn as we go. My very strong guess is it will be desirable to have more money over time. But looking at the language here, if someone were to ask me what fully fund means, I would not be able to answer. I could not tell you what fully funding this means. We think more in terms of consistent support over the long term for these efforts. Now, very clearly, we received some of our funding in very unique situations of recovery from COVID. And we recognize that the fiscal situation for the state is likely to be very different. So we don't know what that looks like either. But I think, in terms of just kind of how we think about it, we think about it in terms of some level of consistent funding over time. Again, if someone asks me, give me a number, I can't give you a number. We're not there.
Thanks, Wade. Jonathan, I saw you had your hand raised, and I wasn't sure if that was from earlier or if it was regarding just transition.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Haven't spoken in a while, so no, it's regarding this. And I think Wade just answered my question. I think in listening to him, I was struggling to understand what, from a technical perspective, our text meant from fully funding. So it sounds like we might need to kind of change that.
Thanks, Jonathan. Tricia, and then Renee.
Thanks, Wade. This has been really helpful, so really appreciate your time. Do you have a sense yet of what impact expanding the program to include other industries would have on the work that you're doing?
Thank you. The conversations we've heard and we've kind of participated in a little bit. Again, the short answer is no, don't have a really clear picture yet. And I would say, just as a frame, it's really something that we're not ready to really consider in any immediate way. I think we are interested in kind of walking before we run, figuring out what all of these different strategies mean and what works and doesn't work with the coal community before we expand to others, if we expand to others. And of course, that's a question, kind of a policy question for our elected leaders to really decide. I would say that whatever we do, we know that whatever we do for coal sets a precedent for what might be considered for the future. And it's important, and this is just back of the envelope, but if we have 3,000, I mentioned about 3,000 workers that might be affected by the coal transition. My understanding is when you talk about the oil and gas workers, it's 10 times that. And so, it's kind of a different level. I do not, other than it being a much larger group, and of course, there's a difference significant difference between the impact in communities from an economic development point of view between a mine that doesn't move and a power plant that doesn't move, and a series of wells and pipelines that characterize the oil and gas sector. So not everything we do with regard to coal will have a direct corollary to what happens with oil and gas. But, so obviously we've thought a little bit about what it would mean. Not ready to say exactly what it means. Our expertise is not that far along. But from a policy point of view, I think we're very anxious to stay focused on coal right now, and figure out what this new kind of line of work and new way of relating to energy communities and workers, what it means and what it looks like before we try to expand to any broader challenges.
Thank you, Wade. And Renee, I'll turn to you in just a second. I just want to direct people back to the recommendation right on the page. So right now, the way it reads is that the legislature should fully fund the Just Transition Action Plan as it exists now to ensure sufficient funds are prioritized to communities and workers currently undergoing the transition away from coal for economic development, workforce development, public benefits, and infrastructure. So we need to talk about this time whether this language should be amended. And I have Renee and Ian in the queue. And we obviously have some added context now from Wade. So
and just to be clear, I think as your facilitators, we would like to maybe first resolve any language edits in this first paragraph and then talk about the expansion. Because if we try to talk about both at the same time, we will not ever get this done. So please, if you can limit to the first paragraph edits, and once we're happy with that, we can move on to the expansion beyond.
Thank you, Wade. Thank you, Joel, too. Honestly, to add to the first sentence, capacity building, because that's kind of what I'm lacking seeing in the IRA, and if Just Transition can help there too, hopefully that can address data gaps or funding gaps, because we don't have any capacity building, especially for nonprofit or equity framework in the IRA. So if Just Transition can include some aspect of capacity building there, would be really helpful. And then I would hope that it would actually expand eventually for DIC's health and safety, but most of all, equity frameworks into new sectors in education as well. So it's not just addressing just oil and gas workers, but also the equity framework of disproportionately impacted communities being able to help develop their own communities and localize it too for new sectors that are coming into. Is there any way that the IRA, the new funding that's coming in federally, can help with funding in this space as well for Just Transition? Sorry, that was for Wade.
Yeah.
Sorry,
that was a lot. Yeah, I was writing.
Renee, I'm going to just call facilitator privilege here. We do not have time to answer those really big picture questions, right? So I think I would put it back to you. I added the word capacity building. Do you want to add a sentence that says basically the legislature should explore the Inflation Reduction Act as a funding option for Just Transition?
Yes.
Okay. And then Wade, maybe you can reflect on that sentence to respond to Renee's point.
Okay, several quick things. Number one, just to register a little, just to be clear about our role in this. This is your report, not ours. Happy to respond and provide thoughts about what you're writing, but we don't want to get in a situation where we're negotiating language. That's just not a comfortable place for us. So we'll answer your questions and provide as much. We appreciate what you're doing and largely support what you're doing, and we certainly have an environmental justice mission explicitly in our language. But we're not. I don't want to have come out of this process something that people point at and say, this was OJT's language. This is your report, your language, not ours. So with that caveat, we are working hard as a small staff to understand the opportunities, not just in the IRA, but also in the infrastructure bill. There are a lot of resources, there are a lot of opportunities. This is happening already. So that's I guess one of the questions I have is whether that guidance, that direction, or that recommendation should go to the legislature or just to us, because that's a question I have in my mind. Good use of the passive voice there, Joel. That's probably the right way to do that. So beyond that, I had another thought in my head. I think just, staying with coal right now is where we need to be as an office. And I think that's consistent with where the administration is. Happy to, and I missed the name of the person who asked the question. I apologize for that. It's hard online with a big room, but happy to have that conversation with you in more detail as we think about what the future looks like, but would be nervous about having a recommendation that expansive in this document.
Thanks, Wade. Okay, so I just want to, I know given what Wade just said, that we might launch into a conversation about expansion. We're focusing on two different things, right, in this section. One, the language about fully funding, which you can see the updated language here in this paragraph. So let's talk about this first, put this to bed, and then let's talk about expansion. And in the queue, I have Ian and then Gary.
So yeah, for the first part of it, questioning the fully funding, isn't that the same thing as the sufficient funds that's in the second line there that just becomes as ambiguous of a word? I'm wondering if we want to say we don't want to see the funding where it is now drop and possibly more, right? I feel like that's much more descriptive than sufficient. That really opened my eyes, hearing him say about fully funded, and I think we might want to be more prescriptive than even the word sufficient.
Thanks, Ian. I feel like you gave that a first shot at language, but do you have?
I know I gave it a first shot, but maybe there's somebody else that I have an idea that does budgeting with the government more than I do.
Open call to people who are familiar with budgeting process to suggest a wording edit based on what Ian said.
Fund, you don't need to consistently support, but consistently fund over the long term the Colorado there's an Amber Alert. Transition action plan as it exists now, and then I think you can just keep it consistently fund and
expand.
And increase funding as needed.
What about adequately fund on a consistent basis?
Yes, there we go. Adequately fund on a consistent
the same thing as sufficient?
So yeah, I think to Ian's point,
That's
you're saying that if we're here, we need to keep increasing the funding. So.
So we have adequately fund on a consistent basis over the long term.
I don't think we need over the long term.
Okay. Any other wording amendments there?
Ian, did you want to amend this to say increase? Is that, because that's what I just heard you say.
It's hard, I have really bad eyesight, so it's hard for me being all the way across the room. See, what I don't understand is we said fully funded, adequate, fully funded, sufficient, they all just seem like.
So what would you,
Yes.
what would you suggest?
Well, that's what I was trying to get at with like, we should, like, they're funded now, right? We don't want to see a reduction, we want to see an increase. So it's like.
Not reduce funding too?
How about maintain and increase?
Maintain and increase current funding levels, something like that.
Incremental.
Until the plan is completed, right, like.
I think I heard several people making wording suggestions as I was typing that, but I did not follow them all. Is there anyone who would like to suggest additional wording changes?
I think we should move on.
Okay.
Does this look good to everybody? Okay.
Quickly, does anyone object to the addition of capacity building or the intentionally passive voice federal funding opportunities should continue to be explored? My law school professors do object, but they are not here. So we will go, I'm going to just go ahead and accept these edits in this paragraph so we have them ready for future voting.
Okay, so the next kind of item on the table is discussing whether and how to frame language on expansion. And Ian, I know that you had a kind of a two-part comment, so I will turn it back over to you and then we'll go Gary.
Well, I like some of the way these are written, but again, they come into fully implementing the plan, I think is good. But fully funding just transition initiatives, like we're back in that with the text. But I just, for anybody who might be suggesting we don't want to do it, and I understand the just transition office is nervous, but what I heard loud and clear over these 11 months is that the environmental justice community is highly concerned about the impacts to their community, both from a revenue side and from a toxicity side. And I would agree that this administration doesn't seem bent on necessarily stopping fossil fuel extraction anytime soon. In fact, we've seen more wells driven every day, but there are many, many wells that are now dried up or empty, and the impacts on the community are happening as they move from one place to another. So it seems very relevant for us to be moving to that, especially because we have planned closures for coal. It's time to be suggesting to the legislature to take the next step.
Thank you. We have Gary and then Jonathan.
So thank you. And I said this at the Greeley meeting. Right now, I would be strongly opposed to expanding the scope for the Just Transition Office because I think it's irresponsible to the co-workers and communities that we've made the promise that we're going to try to figure this out. And I worked all the way through the development of the legislation and the passage of the legislation that created the Just Transition Office. That was one of the reasons why I asked former Representative Galindo last night that all those stakeholders agreed at that time that it should be limited to coal impacted communities and workers, because we still had this major funding issue to figure out, and we still have that. And the fact that we don't fully understand exactly what amount of resources we need for those communities and those, it doesn't feel fair to them to just automatically move to expansion without trying to solve that issue. I think you also run the risk of signaling to communities and workers that their jobs are going to be eliminated prematurely. And that is unfair to those workers as well. And so until we understand it, I would be and consistently will be adamantly opposed to the expansion of the current scope.
Thank you, Gary. Jonathan?
Thanks. I think the concern that I think the administration generally has is fairly specific to expanding the scope of the Office of Just Transition. I think if we're looking for solutions, the language that we kind of have here in the second bullet, is not specific to the Office of Just Transition. So, I think worth considering a conversation kind of on that. Perhaps there's an opportunity to talk about how the legislature could, evaluate additional opportunities for ensuring a just transition in other sectors, without it being specific to the Just Transition Office and kind of their current need and mission. And I think one of the things that resonated with me about what Wade said, right, is it's like they're very focused on a very specific population of folks who, like, they know that their jobs are going away soon, rather than broad scale industry wide change. And so it seems like that is a different scope to start with, and there could be value in for this group maybe just saying the legislature could evaluate that question, but not specifically within the Office of Just Transition.
Thank you, Jonathan. For, again, the purposes of time, I'm going to start setting a timer for 1 minute for each person to speak on this topic. Tyson, go ahead.
All right, so one of the things that we've been talking about is a community engagement, and then understanding the community and giving the community an outlet to talk, right? And giving them a place to go to. Would it make sense for us to put a mandate that either the EJP or the advisory board or whoever gives a report on an annual basis to the state to update them on jobs that are directly affected by the I always forget the name of it, by the Colorado Greenhouse Gas Pollution Reduction Roadmap. So basically give them a report, and so that they have the ability to.
Bobby, can you please mute Sam Brash? We're hearing him through the Zoom.
Got the reporters on.
Does that make sense? So I think what we're looking for is the ability, right, to identify when certain communities are being impacted directly, jobs and community, by the Colorado Greenhouse Pollution Roadmap as we transition, right? So whatever that is, and you got to understand that transition is going to have different effects on different jobs in different areas all over the state. So if you're asking the legislator to continue to look at that and identify when the expansion of the just transition is appropriate and necessary, because it may not be, there may be more people out there affected than just a reduction in oil and gas activity in Colorado.
Okay. We're going to go Renee and then Michael Sapp. Well, yeah, I think we'll need to kind of lay out some options based on the conversation. So
I feel like we're not rewriting anything for the just transition, but we also need to expand because it mentions fossil fuels. If this is just baby steps and we're starting with coal, then that's kind of being exclusive to only one set of workers. And it does expand to transportation, and in Commerce City, many different spaces, literally thousands of extractive industries in that space. So I understand being mindful of taking those first initial steps to see how that's going to impact workers and socioeconomic statuses in those spaces while we just transition, but it's just transition. So it needs to be expansive eventually to oil and gas, to fracking, so that we can actually start bringing in new sectors and more incentives that way too for workers.
Thank you, Renee. We'll go Michael Sapp and then Jonathan, and we're going to kind of reframe and talk about how we're going to vote.
Joe, can you scroll up, please, to the expansion? I would recommend to strike that expansion language, that whole bullet point out.
And
No,
Michael,
the scope, expanding the scope.
could you speak into a mic?
Is that first bullet? Oh, you're starting?
I would move to strike the first bullet point on expanding scope. Just listening to Wade and being mindful of workers, I think that let's accomplish the task at hand. We're closing coal plants this decade. Let's do that successfully in partnership with our communities and our workers. That's it.
Thank you, Jonathan, Ian, and then we will provide some options on how to move forward.
Thanks. My hand was still up from before, so nothing from me.
Ian, go ahead.
And this is more for the people who are listening and here in the room. What I think I've seen is the people who have the interest in continuing the fossil fuel industry to be moving forward do not want to see a recommendation going to the legislature, that we would want to give people an opportunity in these communities to choose a different path. Perhaps there's a way we can split the difference here, and we could suggest that the legislature do a plan, implement a plan very similar to how the coal one came up. And honestly, I think it could be even better because if our recommendations for community engagement are a part of it, it could be transformational. I personally submitted comments on behalf of Green Latinos. There weren't that many given how many workers we were talking about. And so I think there's a huge opportunity for us to get this information back and encourage the legislature to explore it, because let's be real, the science is calling for it, and so have the people who testified here for 11 months.
Thank you, Ian. Okay, so Gary, really quick.
Thank you, yeah. I think it's one important, everything that I spoke about has nothing to do with trying to continuing a fossil fuel industry. It's about thinking about the actual workers that we made a promise to when we passed the original just transition legislation. And I think that is important. To Tyson, respectfully, I think looking at it as it comes in is too late. At that point, you're behind the 8 ball, and it's hard to provide a just transition because it's already happening at that point. So I'm fully supportive that the legislature, making a recommendation, the legislature study this, to understand it on what to do next. I'm just not comfortable saying that we should expand it as the full recommendation.
Okay.
I wasn't even
So we're Ian, one at a time, okay? So we are going to go ahead and move into a voting and straw poll phase because we are at the end of the time allocated for this on the agenda. What Lubna is going to do is she is going to first put up a vote that is a actual final formal vote, assuming someone is willing to make a motion on whether you agree that this first paragraph that I think we reached consensus on earlier should be part of the task force's final recommendations. After that, we will move through straw polls on, to Dominique's point, to each of these 4 bullets that have been created, right? So one is about ensuring that expanding the scope does not interfere with the existing plan. The second is a recommendation the legislature accomplish study how to accomplish a transition that could be expanded beyond coal. The third is Jonathan's suggestion, recommending that the legislature should evaluate additional opportunities for just transition in other sectors. Pausing for the interpreters to catch up with me there. And the fourth is Tyson's suggestion that the environmental justice program should provide an update to the legislature on an annual basis on the jobs impacted by implementation of the Colorado Greenhouse Gas Pollution Reduction Roadmap. So I said that all because I'm guessing now that everyone's looking at the words on the page, you have a lot of changes you want to make. So think about those changes, scratch them down on a piece of paper, and then we will get to line edits before we do those straw polls. So think about that. And now we are going to go back to a final vote on just transition. I see a lot of hands, guys, but this is why we laid the ground rules that we need to be the facilitators to get through this meeting. So sorry, I'm sure you have input and we don't necessarily have time right now to get input.
Trying to make the motion.
Okay, thanks, Gary.
Second.
Gary,
Make
can
the
you
motion to approve the first paragraph in section 7.
Okay. That poll is now live to adopt this first paragraph in the just transition section. Please vote. Okay, we need one more person to vote. All right, that is a unanimous yes, 21 people voting yes, they would like to adopt this language. Thank you for that. And we can now move down to the straw polls that we could potentially conduct on each of these bullets. We'll go Tyson and then Gary.
So my last comment was more of an expansion on the comment prior, which was recommending the legislature should evaluate it and involve the EJP because they have more information and they're in putting that together. So that was what my comment was about. It wasn't necessarily, I know how I said it and how it came out, but it was really an expansion on, yes, the legislature should evaluate it and they should involve the EJP.
So
Yeah, combining those two.
I'm going to say I disagree that the environmental justice program is in a position to report to the legislature on impact to jobs.
I will agree as the manager of that program, we do not have any expertise in that. We do not have knowledge. We do not have staffing. I have no idea how we would do that.
Yeah, I don't think, I would not be supportive of this bullet on its own or with anything else. If you add it to anything else, I'm a no.
Mira, did I see your hand up?
Yeah, I mean, I second Tricia's opinion on that bullet, and I think, my objection has to do with the Colorado greenhouse gas emission reduction roadmap too, because I think there's, it is one thing to report, jobs gained or,
Slow in my.
all right.
Thank you.
All right, apologies. I think it is one thing to report on jobs gained and lost in various sectors, which is absolutely reporting that is needed, whether or not the EJ program is in a position to implement that reporting. It is another thing to attribute jobs to implementation of specific policies, and even another thing to attribute jobs gained or lost to implementation of a reduction roadmap that, provides non-binding recommendations to the agencies and to the legislature.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I would not support the bullet as written.
Let's just remove it. I think I don't want to belabor that.
Okay.
Again, this is where we're kind of coming out with.
Go ahead, Ian.
So I'm in working on the second bullet point there. I don't think that this is conveying what I'm trying to say about fossil fuel workers. This is industries that are dependent on fossil fuels. I'm talking about the actual extractive industry of oil and gas that needs to be studied, and should be studied to say, should it be added to the Just Transition office? I think we should be very directly saying. The only reason I say that is because after 11 months of working with everyone here, people say it's a lot easier to move forward on progress if a program already exists to fund or add FTEs in the government. And so that's why I would at least like to say you should consider this is the agency for it. But as I read this, this is more about people who are using fossil fuels, which I also think are important, right? But that comes back to electrification of trucks and so many other things. I really want to focus on, are we going to talk about the workers who are extracting what's causing the climate crisis?
Ian, I need you to articulate the exact language you would like.
I thought I was doing that.
I wrote down verbatim what you said, the actual industry of oil and gas that needs to be studied and considered.
I recommend that the legislature should study the just transition of workers in the oil and gas industry, and they should consider whether or not oil and gas workers, or this scope should be added to the Office of Just Transition.
Beatriz?
Can I just add communities, workers and communities?
I can't hear you.
Can we add communities?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah, of course.
Okay, so I think one of the options that we have on the table is to do a straw poll on every single one of these bullets as a way to move forward and understand what people want adopted into the language. Dominique?
Can I make a recommendation? Instead of doing every one of those bullets, to me, it seems like we have two options. One is recommending that we study this and how we could add it to the Just Transition Office, and one is recommending we expand the Just Transition Office. I feel like those are roughly the two with some caveats. I don't know if people agree, but I feel like if we could just decide, are we recommending, let's study this, let's figure out how at some point to expand, or are we actually recommending to expand? I feel like those are the options. Maybe some people are saying like, don't do anything.
Yeah, maybe that's the third option. We do study, expand,
or not.
Don't have a recommendation.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think Ian's bullet and my bullet can potentially be combined into one if he's okay with that. I mean, I think, there was a comment about looking more broadly beyond the oil and gas industry, and I know he wants to look directly at the oil and gas industry, but I think we're both saying the legislature should, evaluate it, study it in both cases. So in the interest of time, I'd be fine combining those. And then the top bullet, to Michael's point of doing away with that, I mean, I think we just want to make the point that any of this doesn't impact the current work or is not detrimental to the Office of Just Transition. So maybe we add that bullet to a combo of my bullet and Ian's bullet. And then that's kind of getting all of those bases instead of just deleting that outright.
Okay, so I'm sort of, multiple things happening there. So first, anyone object to revising the word study in this first one to evaluate additional opportunities for? Okay. So we'll go ahead and do that. That merges Ian and Jonathan's option. I have now added the first bullet. I'm just going to change the opening sentence so that it's a complete sentence. The legislature should ensure that expanding the scope does not interfere with or prevent the legislature from adequately funding on a consistent basis an agency is fully implementing the existing Just Transition Action Plan. So with that's now a combined option. So I guess as an alternative to, so I think this is, so question for the room, we could do just a straw poll on, do you agree with this? Yes or no? I think I see a lot of yes for that. Dominique, you're okay kind of taking the variations off the table?
Yeah.
Great. So Lumna will work on launching that as a straw poll. And this is the language. Do you agree with this bullet point? Yes or no? And so let's just see how that straw poll goes. Again, this one's not binding, but that can guide what we do next.
Okay, this is not going to be a descriptive poll. It's literally going to say, do you agree with the language on the screen? The poll is now active. Okay, we're just waiting on a couple more people to vote. One more person. Okay, there we go. 17 yeses and 4 nos. So I think we can adopt that language into, yes.
Okay. So given that that was quite high percentage yes, I wonder if everyone is comfortable just with moving forward with someone bringing a motion for a final vote on adopting this language in section 7, and then essentially deleting the rest of what's there now. I see Jordan's hand, but I'll turn it to Lubna to facilitate.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was actually just going to make the motion that we accept the last bullet point and delete the first 3 bullet points from the report.
So we have a motion and a second. While Lubna is writing out the poll, it looks like we need to have discussion. I just saw Trisha raise her hand.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to hear Gary's perspective on this variation.
So I appreciate where everybody's thought and I think their motivation. The only reason why I voted no on that straw poll and still would like to see this language figured out a little more is when I see communities in oil and gas industry and a study that's going to be very comprehensive, we leave out a tremendous amount of workers that ultimately I think are going to be affected tremendously. Because when you say oil and gas, I don't understand exactly what that means when you define oil and gas. Is that upstream, midstream, downstream options? Does that include distribution workers? Does that include everybody that's involved in that? I think when you say oil and gas, a lot of folks, including our legislators, are going to assume that means mostly upstream, maybe some midstream compressor stations, processing plants, maybe a refiner. But you have a whole bunch of workers in natural gas distribution. You have a whole bunch of workers in pipeline that I think get left out of that. And if we're going to go forward with a comprehensive study, it just doesn't seem like why would we waste an opportunity to look at the entire picture?
Yeah, thanks. We'll go Jonathan and then Ian. And again, if you could keep your remarks extremely concise and limited, I'm setting a timer for 30 seconds each.
Thanks. To that point, Gary, and I think to my original point, after someone else had said, looking more broadly at all kinds of communities, I think it might have been, well, I don't remember, but after communities, would we do comma including in the oil and gas industry, so that we're saying the legislature should evaluate, the just transition of workers, not just in the oil and gas industry, but to Ian's point, we want to certainly specify that this is an industry that they should be looking at.
Ian?
I get my question would be to the Just Transition Office and with the legislation that triggered their research, because it's my understanding that the midstream that you're describing with trains, et cetera, were included in their study. So when you say the oil and gas industry, I agree with you, upstream, downstream. I think of distribution as part of the downstream as well, because it's the last step before it gets used. So I guess I'm not sure why we need to be as descriptive here when really that descriptive nature could come out of the plan itself. I would defer to the legislation that created the original one, because they certainly brought them all into that scope.
So I would love to let Wade answer that question, and I think we are falling into a specificity trap. So there's a motion on the table, there is a second. Gary, are you proposing an amendment? I sort of tried to capture what I think you were saying as an amendment of adding in parenthetical upstream, downstream, midstream, or were you just raising a point for discussion?
So I thank you. I was proposing an amendment to the language. I think including that language, upstream, downstream, midstream, if the group would be okay, I would like to add supporting workers, because I would say in the original legislation, it was very important that we had coal workers and supporting workers. That's what brought in the railroad workers and everybody else. So there was an effort to clarify that.
Peripheral industries.
Okay, so Gary, your proposed amendment is adding a parenthetical that reads upstream, downstream, midstream, and supporting workers.
I will withdraw my motion.
Okay.
Should we maybe specify supporting workers in peripheral industries?
Does anybody want to put forth a motion now?
Well, let's.
Oh, did he?
So Jonathan, I added language based on what you said that says including in. Would you still like that to, now that the motion is off the table and we are back to just editing, are you still recommending adding that including language?
I am, based on the other comment from someone who was, also talking about it not just being the oil and gas industry, but also trying to bridge the gap where, I know Ian wanted, focus on that. So I support including that, but I'm not like die on the sword over it.
Wade, go ahead. And again, we're on a time crunch. Yeah.
I appreciate, just very quickly, the language in our original legislation is supply chain, transportation and manufacturing supply chain. Doesn't have to be the same language in this, but you put in the supporting industries language and the justification was that's what we talked about in the OJT language. The specific language in our original bill was manufacturing and transportation supply chain workers.
Thank you, Wade. So just to be clear, would it adequately address what you were saying to change the word supporting to supply chain here?
I'm not proposing language. I'm just clarifying during the debate, they said this was what we did in the OJT bill, and I just thought it appropriate to share what that specific language was.
Thank you, Wade. Gary, this was your proposal. For those who can't see on the owl, he just gave a thumbs up, so we will leave that in the document. Thank you, Gary.
I move to accept the language on the screen.
Thank you.
Okay. So this is a formal vote. We have a motion. Who was the second? Michael Sapp. So the motion on the table is to add the language that is on the screen that I just highlighted as a final recommendation of the task force.
And we have to delete the other language.
Thank you, Jonathan. I was about to ask for clarification. Mara, does your motion include deleting the other language?
It does.
Alrighty. That poll is now live. So this is a poll to, the vote is to accept the last bullet point, which is the language that you see on the screen, and deleting the 3 preceding bullet points before it. Okay, we just need a couple more people to vote. Waiting on one person. Okay, we have 21 votes total. We have 20 yeses and 1 abstention. So that passes. So this portion of the document, section 7, is now finalized. All right, it is 12:20. We are going to break for lunch. Prior to us starting this section, Joel had mentioned going back to the best practices for community engagement section B, there were a few options that were put on the table. When you look at that draft that's in the public drive, in the draft recommendations, clearly labeled best practices for community engagement, section B options, and Joel can drop it in the chat again as like the latest link in the Zoom. We do ask that you please review that language and come ready to vote. We may not vote immediately after lunch because we're going to be talking about SEPs then, and we have the SEP coordinator from CDPHE joining us and for a very limited time. But right after that, we've slotted in the agenda the opportunity to vote on that area. So we do need you to be ready to vote after lunch. All right, that is it. That takes us into lunch. We will be back at 1 p.m.
been trying, I told Jared his email address doesn't work.
Total. But these people are like, okay, my only fear is again, Father already gave you wisdom. I want us to be
live? All right. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everybody was able to enjoy their lunch, and we had a little bit of a longer lunch break today than we did have yesterday. So hopefully people got a bit of a break and also an opportunity to read through Section B options for the best practices for community engagement. For this next portion of the agenda, we're going to focus on supplemental environmental projects, which we will be calling SEPs for the remainder of the meeting. We do have Elizabeth Scherer, who is the SEPs coordinator from CDPHE, joining us today, just to kind of be on standby if anybody has any questions for her, or just wants to talk through anything. Like we have done with the other sections, we are going to go ahead and vote on the subsections that have reached consensus from our understanding. And we are going to go ahead and start with Section A of the SEPs. We'll have a page number for you. Just a moment. Okay. So this is Section 6 on SEPs, page 44, and we are looking at Part A, raising awareness about SEPs and the IDEA library within DI communities. So I recognize that this did not have a subcommittee for there to be a chair or co-chair to put forward a motion, but I welcome anybody, unless you have amendments to the language in Section A, to put forward a motion.
I move that we accept Section A of the SEP section of this draft.
Great.
I second.
Of that.
Love that.
Any discussion of Section A? I'm not seeing any in the room, so Lumna will go ahead and get that called up for a vote on the motion to accept Part A of the SEP section.
Okay, this is adopting Section 6A of the task force recommendations. This poll is now live. We're just waiting on a couple more votes. And Jonathan, could you just give us a thumbs up that you are back? Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you. Yeah, we're waiting on one more person to vote. Dominique, did you vote?
I was looking for Tara. I voted, yeah.
Did anybody accidentally not hit submit?
Tara's not here.
Yeah, I know, but we're missing one more. Okay, well, are we missing one more person? Oh, Renee, okay. All right, well, 19 people voted and this is unanimous yes, so that will go ahead and pass. All right, so moving on to Section B of the SEPs. So this is on page 45, ensuring SEPs benefit impacted communities. And so this is, we'll be voting on Part B, 1, 2, and 3. Any conversation that folks would like to bring up before somebody puts forth a motion?
I move that we accept Section B.
I'll second. I'll second. Okay. That was Ilda. Yeah, it was me. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, section 6B, that poll is now live. And we're waiting on a couple of votes. And Renee, we are voting on section 6 of the SEPs. Starting on page 44, we just voted on part A, and now we are voting on part B. So if you go into the polling, part B is the one that we're voting on. Thank you. Okay. That is 20 votes, and that is a unanimous yes. So we will move on.
So we will now move on to part C, procedural requirements for community SEP selection processes. This is talking about how to increase clarity and accessibility of community-based SEP selection processes for the community members participating. Tara, if you have a second and want to vote in the previous poll on part B, you are welcome to while Lumna gets this called up. Would anyone like to discuss part C? Seeing none, would anyone like to bring a motion?
I'll motion to vote on part C.
Hear Mira's motion. Any seconds?
Second.
I see Kimberly's second. So we will go ahead. Any discussion? No? Lubna will go ahead and launch the poll.
The poll is now live. We're waiting on 2 votes. All right, that's 21 votes yes to adopt section 6C, and we will move on.
Okay, we are going to skip part D for now and come back to it after just a moment because it is one of our areas that does not have consensus currently. We'll move on to part E, simplifying SEP applications. This is talking about ways that we can make the application for receiving SEP funds simpler and easier for people to fill out when they are submitting applications to be funded through a community-based SEP process. Any discussion? Would anyone like to call a motion?
So moved.
Okay, Jamie has moved to accept part E as part of the final recommendations. Any seconds? I heard Renee. Any discussion? Lubna will launch the vote.
That's now active. Waiting on 2 people. Okay, we're just waiting on 1 person to vote. Is anybody having a hard time submitting? Okay, that is 21 votes yes, so that will be adopted into the final recommendations. All right, now for the fun part. Okay, so we skipped over section D, and I want to start by saying that we have discussed this a lot, and ultimately there are very few of these community-based SEP processes. So it is a really important question, but I think that we should limit our time here as much as possible, considering how infrequently these things happen and how much we need to really focus on the other parts of the recommendations. So we are going to limit discussion to this part to 15 minutes. We can open it up for discussion and kind of talk through some of the options, possibly take some of the options off the table. And for those that are kind of curious about exactly where we are in section D, page 46. And so we are working through 4 different options here. Joel, do you want to provide more context?
Sure. And I should note, most of the text in section D is just summarizing the results of your previous straw polls on this topic and the results of the surveys that you've administered to the public. In short, I would say those results are kind of all over, that there has not necessarily been consistency between the straw polls, between the surveys. There are a lot of good arguments for each of these options. So just want to say, like, the reason this is hard is because it's really hard. So option 1 is that the regulated entity would not have a voting role in selecting which projects to fund. And again, just to ground us, we are talking about community-based SEP selection processes. So a SEP is a voluntary step by a regulated entity that has violated the law to fund a project in a community instead of paying a penalty. So normally the penalty revenue would go to a variety of places. These are only done by CDPHE, not other state agencies. So it goes, where the penalty revenue would otherwise go varies depending on whether it's a penalty levied by the air, water, or waste division, and a little bit depending on what type of violation it was for the waste division. So instead of the money from the penalty when the entity violates the law going to the normal process, a regulated entity can voluntarily agree to do a SEP, which means they're funding a project in the community that they harmed by breaking the law. So when that happens, there are a couple different options. There are sometimes, and this is actually the norm for a SEP, the decision about what project to fund is made through the settlement negotiation process by CDPHE staff and the regulated entity. However, sometimes for very large penalties, especially, we have a policy of going through a community-based process. So that's saying this is such a large amount of money, it's so important, the community should have a voice in that decision. And so community members who live in the area where the project is are part of basically a funding committee who decides which projects to fund. So an example of that is the process that happened for Suncor a few years ago. That's the one that we've talked about a lot. These are relatively rare, as Lubna just said, though. They only come up, Elizabeth can correct us if we're wrong, maybe once a year, maybe once every 2 years in the past, though we do hope to engage communities more in the future, consistent with your other recommendations. So the narrow question, that was a lot of background just to make sure everyone remembers what we've talked about, but the narrow question before you is what role the regulated entities, the entity that violated the law, should play on that selection committee. The first option is that they would not have a voting role. We heard from some community members who participated in the Suncor process that was their preference given the tension that arose during that process. Option 2 is that the regulated entity should be able to participate, but should not be in the majority. So they should now not outnumber community members. I think folks who have voiced support for that option have reflected on the fact that SEPs are voluntary and there is some risk of the regulated entity not pursuing the SEP if they don't get to vote on which project gets funded. Option 3 is a sort of middle ground, that the community where the SEP is happening would be essentially consulted. So you could consult community members already selected for that committee about whether the regulated entity should participate. I think folks who advocated for that argued that it really depends a lot on who the regulated entity is and the drinking water system. It might be your local water provider or your local government, and there might be a lot more trust of that entity than maybe an industrial facility that doesn't have a good history with the community. And then finally, option 4 is another middle ground that was a recommendation that UNI provided after the Greeley meeting. So I don't want to put words in Uni's mouth, but this is essentially to develop a community benefit agreement that would potentially predetermine SEP ideas through a community process for a specific area and potentially obviate the need to have a specific community-based selection committee at all on a case-by-case basis. So those are the 4 options on the table. I tried to provide a concise summary of the arguments for and against so that maybe we can limit the discussion, but let's go to the discussion now.
Tyson. And just so folks know, I will be setting a timer, 1 minute max per person.
So I think we've heard the public, and I think we've also heard from the department regarding SEPs and the potential for companies not to participate. I go back to option 3 as being that common ground, because I think there are times when industry and community work very well together, and we don't want to discourage that. We want to keep encouraging more communication, more working together, regardless of an incident or not. But at the same time, in situations where the community may feel uncomfortable, they should have that option out. So I would be in favor of option 3.
Thanks, Tyson. Tricia?
Yes. So to be clear, I don't have a strong preference for any of the options. I can see the pros and cons of them. For those who are in favor of option 3, I have a question for you as an implementing agency of this. If you're in a situation where the community is in the decider role, I agree with that. But as we know, community and communities don't always speak with one voice. So who is the decision maker? Like how do we know who to go to decide?
So Tricia, I think when that question came up before this clause was added, saying meaning community members participating in the selection committee. So it sort of assumes the creation of a selection committee that is then consulted about the role of the regulated entity,
So
but
they're
that does
convened
seem.
first and then, okay.
Yeah, but if you think
I
there are
didn't read it
wording
that way.
changes
Thank
needed,
you.
yeah.
So just want to frame again that we have 4 options on the table. So there could also be conversation about like getting an option off the table, because we're going to move to a straw poll vote. And then we'll need to do a final vote on this, and whether it's one of those options or should be taken out entirely. There's a lot of options on the table. So let's kind of get solutions oriented and figure out how to narrow this. Mira.
I have to say, I'm a little bit confused about option 4. Admittedly, I don't know very much about community benefits agreements, but my understanding from a quick Google search is that these are typically agreements between the community and like a greenfield developer, such that the developer gives benefits to the community in exchange for the community's sort of acquiescence or lack of opposition to the project. It seems unanalogous to a situation where you have a regulated facility that's already built, they violate their permit, and now they have to pay a penalty. I don't know. It seems it doesn't seem to fit the situation, and I was wondering if we could get some clarification on that. Like, what is intended here?
I have 1 minute. I think what I was getting at is there needs to be a pre-existing entity of sorts within the community that addresses a lot of these benefits or addresses all these kinds of issues, that has, so it's just not only convened when a SEP comes up, but it sits there in terms of like having the Isha, and it becomes another place where locally these conversations can take place. Having said that, then the decision is made within that entity on what to do. I know using the CBA was kind of a stretch, but it was a way to show that there are ways that these kind of financial issues have been negotiated within, like the federal structure. So, I mean, I'm willing to withdraw that option if it's just if it's clouding the water. I just looked at it as a different way to look at it. And then as a way also that if the regulated entity was already a part of the community and they could already be a part of that group, then they could be involved through that.
So Uni, are you comfortable withdrawing the option?
Yes, I'm comfortable withdrawing it. I don't think anybody got hung up on it.
Okay, I'm not seeing anybody opposing that, just through facial expressions. Okay, Renee.
In an effort to combine them and also to recognize where Uni's kind of coming from, either having some type of community, already a consistent board in that space to where we already know where those community members are, because there are community grassroots members that live in those spaces that could help develop that type of model for instances like this. That being said, I would actually eliminate option 2 completely, in my opinion, and have something of an aspect of option 1 in it, to where if community doesn't want to deal with that industry at all, they have that also on the table too, because of the harms and past harms that could have been done. Is that possible? Or did that make sense?
Option 3?
I think what you just described is option 3.
Option 3,
Renee.
yeah. I was describing option 3, yeah.
Or I think you were just essentially voicing your support for what is already option 3.
For what is option 3. Also having option 1 or an aspect of option 1 to where if they don't want to work with them at all, that can be included. Is it in there too?
I think
Sorry.
that's just what option 3 says.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, do you? Oh yeah, Michael.
Yeah, so on option 3, I guess for the parts that are in parentheses, to Trisha's point about, potentially not including community voice or some parts of the community's voice, it seems like a pre-convened board is hard because those boards that exist for a reason, and it's not for sub-selection processes. So it'd be challenging for a board that already exists to be able to adequately, express how a community would spend those funds. I don't know of any kind that would be prepared to do something like that. And I guess the second part was that if it's community members or a pre-convened board, who makes that decision whether it's a pre-convened board or communities?
Yeah, sure.
There's EJ coalitions now too of community members and several organizations that already work. Right now we're working in clean transportation, but we worked in other spaces before for years and some even generations, a couple of them. So being mindful again that there are those boards that are already there, already doing those work, and it's being able to have a safe container for those boards to convene, that we can help build that capacity structure to help in that space and also to fill that gap.
And on the second part of that question, who makes that decision?
I'm hoping that's where CDPHE can come in that space too, to maybe the advisory board can help establish that capacity, bring in that capacity, mediate that space, or help provide that container.
Or the EJ program.
Or the EJ program.
It almost sounds like you're saying like groups choose themselves whether or not to intervene in this decision. If they're impacted, they're probably going to already be wanting to.
We're going to go to Jonathan, and then we'll just raise your hand if you want to be in the queue. Jonathan?
Thanks. Just to Michael's comment, it seemed like the text in green was kind of Joel's attempt to bring up some level of Uni's comment there, right? Like the DOE example. So just one, I think it would be like whoever is deciding who the community members participating in the selection committee would also be the ones deciding who, a potential existing pre-convened board or like an ongoing existing board, which I think was kind of Uni's point. So that's just a clarification point. And then my only potential suggestion would be, instead of saying or and, you could say committee. Well, never mind. I've things have changed now, so I'm good. I was just trying to flag that.
Yeah, so to try to narrow the discussion, I just realized, so I think these are sort of 3 different options for who the community is in option 3 that we've heard. There is the Environmental Justice Advisory Board. There is community members who CDPH has already selected through the normal process to participate in the selection committee, or some kind of existing pre-convened board of community members. I think that it sounds like those are 3 different ways of defining who the community is. So maybe this helps everyone. And I'm going to just do a time check. We are now officially over the time we allocated for this whole discussion. So instead of adding options to the table, we really need to take them off. So
does anybody want to propose removing an option from the table? Otherwise, we can go into a straw poll. Just to gauge kind of. Jamie, go ahead.
I would just reiterate Mira's suggestion to remove option 2.
Is there anyone who plans to, who would oppose that, who is going to vote for option 2? Okay, I see some in the room. So we will not remove it.
Okay. Should we do a straw poll?
Okay. Yeah, let's do a straw poll, and let's just say that if option 3 carries, we may need to kind of investigate those multiple options for who the community is before a final vote.
Okay, so that poll is now launched. Option 1, 2, or 3 is on the table. Okay, we need 3 more people to vote. We need 2 people to vote. Waiting on 1 person. Oh. That makes a difference.
Did anyone notice if Kimberly left to take a phone call or? Okay. We are.
I will.
Well, Lubna can just take over the screen share and show.
This is where we are. So this is not a simple majority still. We would need 11 votes for a simple majority. So this is, yeah.
I would say though, there's a lot of people, like, I feel like there's some options that are similar more than others, so I don't know.
Yeah, we need to only have 2 options.
Based on this, can we remove option A because it has so little weight, and then those 4 people are forced to vote for the other 2 that have the majority?
I agree with that. Does anybody oppose that?
Okay. So Lumna will redo the poll with that. That's why we're doing this. So we will redo the poll with option 1 removed. So we are just choosing between option 2 and 3.
Okay, so we are now re-voting on between two options, and the two options are option 2 or option 3, which can be seen on the screen there, and that poll is now active.
So I do have a comment. SEPs are voluntary.
Yeah.
They only happen once a year, or whatever, very rarely. If the polluting agency is not a part of it, we're not gonna have them. They're just not gonna happen. Like, I'm just like, why would they volunteer to do it? I do want to make that case. I know it wouldn't be my regular set, but the reality is, like, why would they spend the money if there's not gonna be one lesson? Even though they tried to greenwash it, the community still, like, the community still hated them.
Yeah.
Like, doesn't matter how much they give it to Boys and Girls Club or whatever they do, people still see what they did. So I just want to point that out. If not, we're gonna have less and less.
Okay, we're still, the vote is still live, so we're waiting on 3 people to vote. All right. So we do have a simple majority for option 2.
Great. So sorry for the screen share back and forth, but this is our only way to easily display it. It seems like we have a simple majority in that straw poll for option 2. So I'm going to just for now do strike through. This is easy to undo. To remove option 3 is in as I did for option 1. Would anyone like to make wordsmithing edits to option 2 prior to calling it for a final vote? I can't hear you, Renee.
I would still put that if the community wants to refuse to work with that entity, they can.
That was option 3.
Was that option 3? Can we ever put that in there
If the community with that option refuses to work with them, then there just wouldn't be a SEP.
at all?
Yeah, or maybe not.
It's a gamble.
So Renee, I think what you're saying is essentially making a case for option 3. What I might suggest actually is that we call a formal vote on option on essentially option 2 as the majority task force recommendation. We can then call a second vote on option 3, and that could be included as a minority report. Because again, I mean, it was a close vote, right? Like 11-9. So there, at least in that straw poll, that would suggest that there is majority support for option 2 as the main task force recommendation and option 3 as a minority report. So does that work for the task force?
I would move to go for
Okay.
I would like to motion that option 3 be a minority report, or can we call it?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so
Sorry,
motion was first.
I don't-
There's
There was a
two
motion
different
on the
scenarios here, and so Emily is gonna walk us through.
There was a motion on the table from Michael, correct?
What was it?
Motioned
We
for
couldn't hear
2,
it.
for option 2. So that's the motion on the table. We'll vote on that, and then we have your motion. You can renew your motion.
That's right, thank you.
So you keep
Can we hear
option-
from Michael about, like, more about why he's opposing this?
Can't,
He's opposing a minority report.
I just want to clarify on the voting side. If you vote for option 2, you can't vote for the minority report, correct? Or can you vote for both?
I think the answer is you can only vote for one. So if you are voting for option 2, then you cannot vote for option 3. Does that make sense? Because it's sort of, it's one or the other at this point, right? Because otherwise you might end up with both option 2 and option 3 getting a majority vote if people are allowed to vote for both of them.
Yeah.
I don't think we
I think what
vote
we're
for
just
minority
seconding was the
report.
motion.
Hey guys, we need Lubna to call on people in order. This does not work.
Yeah, Dominique, go ahead.
I don't think we vote for a minority report. I think we vote for option 2. And if there are more than 5 people that have not voted for it, they can decide whether or not they want to do a minority report.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, so does somebody want to propose a motion for option one? Well, Michael already did that, so.
I second that motion.
So we'll set up that poll.
Hey everyone! Sorry, can't be talking. Side conversations do not work on the Zoom.
All right, so for section 60, the vote is to adopt option 2. That's the vote that's on the table. So you can vote yes, no, or you can abstain. Okay, we need everyone to vote, so we're still waiting on a couple people. One more person. All right. I will do the screen share. Okay, we have 14 yeses and 6 nos. So there are enough people to vote in the minority report. And I'm just gonna kind of slowly scroll through so folks can see. I know this is not the best way to show, but people can see who voted yes and no. If it's better for me to audibly say these out loud, I can do that. Okay, so instead of going through who voted yes, I'm just gonna point out the no's because that's a shorter list. So no's were Marcia, Jamie, Renee, Mira, Ian, Beatriz.
Okay, so the 6 of you, would any of you like to make a motion to include option 3 as a minority report?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Renee, seconded, I think by Jaime. I couldn't quite tell who it was.
Mira beat me to it, I think.
And so I think, Emily, can you explain, does everyone vote in this and then or how does it work?
So that the bylaws say that a minority report must have support of at least 20% of the task force members to be included in the final report. So I'm not sure you need to vote on this. You already have at least 20% to include it. So I think it can just be included.
Okay. Do any of the 6 of you oppose your name being one of the votes for that as a minority report?
And again, so this is meaning that if you voted no, your name would go under option 3 in the minority report.
Do you have an option to provide your reason in that minority report? Or I don't know, I put that.
So the way that the bylaws work, it basically says that the minority report can be no longer than the essentially majority vote on the equivalent section. So in this case, it's approximately the same length, right? So I would just take option 3, which I know I struck through, which is confusing. I'll try to remove that edit. And that will be what is currently option 3 will be the minority report, and that will be your reasoning. Let me try to unstrike it through.
And I guess I would just say this is one where it's about, this is sort of, I feel like direction to CDPHE and how to do community-based steps. So very interested in minority report perspectives. And so if there's anything else you want to share with us about the reasoning for it, I would welcome that.
Okay, Renee, is there a point that you wanted to express? Yeah, what if you, and again, you want to keep going?
Okay, but
I didn't mean I need to hear now, like, you can do that offline.
So, yeah, I mean,
sorry.
once this task force dissolves, there will no longer be an open meeting law issue, so you all can communicate with each other freely. Folks that have, suggestions for, why they included language in a minority report and want to express that to CDPG, please feel free to contact, Tara, Trisha, Michael, whoever it might be, directly with your thoughts. But for the sake of time, we are going to move on to the next section.
Since this is the first time we've encountered the minority report, I was just gonna ask if the part in the report that showed the survey responses from the community about the participation of the polluters, that was really the biggest influence for me, was trying to follow along with what the community asked. And so if there's a way we can get that into the survey information into the minority report, if we have to cut, you tell me. But I think that that is a critical piece of information to go alongside of it.
Good point.
So I would say for those who want to submit comments on the minority report, maybe you could submit those as a letter, kind of explaining why you voted the way you did, so that things don't get kind of delayed in what goes into the minority report, because there's not going to be time to do that. So maybe after the fact, or at some point, maybe people who supported things that were in the minority report can submit some sort of documentation at some point that says why they voted the way that they did, if they want to further explain that. Maybe that can just go in the record.
So sorry, actually, as your staff, we have a 3-day weekend to finalize this document. We can't accept written comments after the fact unless.
I think she means just a letter
Just
that would come to CDPHE.
after the report's done.
Just for our information.
If there are things that people want to submit that they want to have out there explaining why they did what they did, maybe we can even.
So I think we're talking about two different
drafted
things,
to
right?
Joel
So-
and Mubna.
Yeah, so we're talking about two different things, right? Emily, I think we understand the point, and that's kind of the point I made earlier, is like folks can share their thoughts, whether it's via letter or an email or anything. Mary, I see your hand. That, they can submit their comments after the report is finalized. You all can communicate with each other freely. I think Ian's question right now is the language that is included in section D that supports option 3, can that be included or not? And I think that comes down to a matter of length, right? It's like when we are taking these sections out, if it exceeds the length of what has already been voted into the final report, that's the only circumstance that we could include it.
Sorry, my question is, so the survey results that Ian is referring to are currently included in non-red line in the main section of subsection D. So they're already in there, correct? It wouldn't.
Well, so Mira, our plan as staff, which we were going to, maybe we should have gone over this at the beginning, but we had put it at the end of the agenda of what are we going to do for the next 3 days? But we can go through it now. Is we are planning to remove all of the discussions of straw polls. This is the only place survey data is still presented, all of the background material that was included to sort of tee you up for this discussion today. So we had been planning on removing that as part of what we do over the next 3 days, so that the final report is just recommendations. But I guess we're so far behind. But what I might suggest is that if it is amenable to the folks who are in favor of this minority report, we could just include probably one sentence to avoid it being longer than the current text of option 2 that says the task force members in favor of the minority report would recommend reviewing the survey results with a link to the survey results. Would that work?
I feel like that's
more convoluted when you literally could just take the line that was like survey respondents who are against it were this many
Well,
from the community. And from the line that's literally above.
I think we can't.
I think this just gets into the issue of length, right? It's like, if we can try.
It's like 12 characters.
Well, it's in the bylaws, so it would require an amendment to the bylaws, so.
I feel like I shouldn't have seconded, like I shouldn't even brought the vote forward.
It's
Well,
okay.
That's fine, because, I mean, we had to vote, so, yeah.
Okay, how about this as a solution? Okay, there are a couple options. One thing we could do is just leave the survey results in the main document in this section. Does anyone have an objection to that?
Really quickly, I know we're behind. The bylaws state in the minority report will note which members of the task force support the minority position, including the statutory seat they fill on the task force, and may note whether there was support for the minority report from members of the public in public comment.
Nice, thank you.
Thanks, Gary.
Dying, I didn't want to interrupt.
I can see he was about to start shaking over there. He's like, the answers, it's right at my fingertips.
So, okay, so what we will do as your staff is we are going to work on the minority report. We will put option 3 into the minority report and craft it so that we pull this language into the minority report. And we will try our best to just make sure that it's concise, but that it's in there. Okay.
How we work through that?
Yes.
First time.
Tara, and then we are going to move on.
Joel and Lubna, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
For all of your hard work.
Thank you. All right, so we are going to go back to, we're switching gears now. We are no longer talking about SEPs. The SEP section has been approved. All the sections have a home now. We have our first minority report. Everything else is going into the final report. We already voted on it. We are going to move back to the best practices for community engagement, section B, and think back to when you were reading this in detail at lunch and how exactly you would like to vote. Do you want to take this up?
Sure. So thank you to everyone who did your homework over lunch. Because people took a closer look at the language, we actually, the number of options expanded, which is both good and bad. Maybe that helps us get to consensus. But essentially there are, and I don't have a good visual with this, so please just try to follow me as I speak. There are essentially 2 big picture options on the table. So one is what I would call the streamlined version of Part B, which is just a paragraph that we worked on together earlier. And then the one paragraph that everyone agrees should not be removed from Part B, which is just the final paragraph saying like, here's a way for agencies to get resources on best practices. So that's the streamlined version. There are 2 variations on the streamlined version. There is this, what I call version 1 in this document, which is the paragraph we all worked on together that was initially proposed by Dominique. There's a version 2 that Marcia worked on over the lunch hour that includes slightly different language in the first paragraph. So everyone can look at that on their own screens. It is in the document, but it got added towards the end of the lunch hour, so you may have missed it.
Just do words.
So it's essentially wordsmithing the first paragraph to be slightly different. So that's big picture, the first option, which we're going to call streamlined version. So some combination of those 2 sets of language. So essentially, if that streamlined option is what carries in the forthcoming straw poll, we would work on wordsmithing that first paragraph, presumably to combine what Marcia suggested with what's already there. The other big picture option is keeping the language as it is now in the draft, as it was coming into this meeting. There are essentially 3 variations of that. There are the 2 options we already discussed, and those go into the relationship between section B and section E. So the first one is that there should be, that the baseline standards agencies would follow is something less than the standards in section E. The second option is that the baseline standards that agencies would follow is the same as what is in option E. So option E is, or section E is the baseline. The third variation is is new language that Jonathan worked on over the lunch hour that is sort of a compromise version that I think kind of maybe finds middle ground between those other two options. So I wish I had like a nice whiteboard, or I was more visually oriented, but essentially we are going to need to make two sets of decisions. Just the first decision is between the streamlined option that we discussed before lunch. So that's just like one paragraph outlining the overall intent of the section, plus the paragraph saying how agencies can get support in the work. Then the option 2 is keeping the language as is, and one of the three options for the role of section E. So either of those first decision trees that we follow down, a streamlined version or the existing language, will require further discussion after we decide, but we do need to decide first whether we are going, which of those two paths we are following, streamlined or not streamlined. Any questions about what that means before we put it up for a straw poll? I don't see any, so Lubna will go ahead and launch the straw poll. So again, we are not choosing final language. We are just choosing whether we want to go with the streamlined version that we worked on before, or working through the existing language that was currently in the draft and then having to choose between the three options.
Okay, that poll is live. Okay, we are waiting on 3 people to vote. And we need one more person. Okay, we have 17 votes for option 1 and 4 votes for option 2. So that means that we will be going with the streamlined version, that first paragraph and first and last paragraph and the bullet points that followed.
Great. So that helps us narrow the options, which is good. So now we need to get to wordsmithing the language. So I am going to just really quickly bring in, so, oops, I don't know, that didn't work. So, sorry, let me get this font right. Otherwise it will not fit on the screen. Okay. So we now need to decide on the exact language that should appear here. Again, this means we are essentially cutting all of the other content that's currently in Part B, except for this final paragraph, which, just so everyone remembers what's in it, is basically just saying where agencies can get resources and advice on how to follow the best practices. So I'm not going to have that on the screen. I will have the language that Marcia suggested and the language that Dominique suggested, and I will try really hard to make it all the same size so it can all fit. Sorry that everyone has to watch me figure this out. Okay. So let's go ahead and hear proposals for wordsmithing. Before we broke, there seemed to be some wordsmithing edits about whether the language to put a plan in place should be included, whether the language as budgets allow should be included. And then Marcia, maybe you could walk us through, whenever you are ready, what edits you propose, but we can open that up for this discussion.
I like Marcia's edit on actually creating more specificity rather than like use each one of the categories, but they have to use, agencies should at minimum use each of the categories as an evaluation tool, develop tailored plan how to conduct it.
Okay, Dominique?
I was just gonna say, I'm happy to use Marcia's language as well. I feel like it's more articulate, same idea.
Just give it a little more.
Okay, seeing some folks in favor of that. Anything else, any other comments aside from supporting Marcia's language?
I move to add that language and our recommendations.
I second that.
Great.
I was gonna add that language, yeah. Let's be a little more
The
specific.
Marcia's language. Yeah, Marcia, because I agree, Marcia's language, I think it covers what we need.
As budget allows, though, I don't think we have an initial conversation, like, on edit there. That's the only.
I withdraw it. I withdrew it.
Yes, thank
I
you.
withdrew it.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
I'm taking
Sorry,
it
so
out.
the as budgets allow only appears in what I'm just going to call Dominique's version, even though it's not entirely hers. It's so this paragraph, this is Marcia's version here that I just highlighted.
Marcia, you have to speak into a microphone.
Hold on, let me put my glasses on. I tried to account for budgeting because it does vary per agency. I thought I put it in there. So staffing and budgetary resources. Y'all can reword that, but that's what I was trying to say, like limitation in available staff and budgetary resources. So maybe you could wordsmith that, but that was my attempt at trying to include it there.
Maybe try to be, should there be a piece about striving to continue to increase that budget number to be able to strive to achieve as many of those best practices as possible?
Are you suggesting a number specifically?
Not a number.
Oh.
Just like, kind of
Yeah,
like how we said, like incremental growth of the budget as we continue to,
I think
find
that-
those spaces that, immediately we're not gonna get those budget increases.
Yeah,
Or identifying funding gaps.
I think in theory, that's great. I can't speak for other agencies and their ability to budget for that. Yeah, that's my response.
And
I think that's
folks need
difficult to
speak up.
do.
I'm actually having trouble hearing the last two people just across the room.
I'm saying in theory, I think that's great, but I don't know that you can really determine that by putting a solid number for all agencies to apply with. They're so different in their ability to budget. So I would not suggest $1 there.
Is there anything in addition to the language that Joel is adding now that folks would want to be reflected differently?
And Ilda, I tried paraphrasing what I think I heard you say though I phrased it as if agencies lack resources to successfully implement the practices in section E, they should explore opportunities to increase resources.
Jordan.
I really don't like having that in there because if the agency lacks the resources, the only way they're going to get that is through the legislature, and that's the legislature's role to provide agencies the budget.
Okay, I heard a couple people say that they agree with that.
What other way can we flag it to the legislature that they need to prioritize funding that? Like what other way do we signal it? Because
Say that. Say exactly that.
Can we get some language?
The legislature should encourage the increased capacity and funding for best practices of community engagement across agencies.
Sure.
Please feel free to wordsmith.
Elizabeth?
Maybe instead of the legislature should encourage the increased funds, like the legislature should increase funding.
May I suggest adding to implement?
Across all agencies, or
Ian?
It seems to me that maybe I'm trying to think through the exact wording here, but for efficiency's sake, I think working with that interagency kind of cooperation could actually streamline some of that, and I think we should encourage that when that's possible.
So
what wording edit would you suggest?
hear what you're saying.
So Ian, one of the things that got cut in section B involved sort of, I'm gonna undo this edit so that it's more visible, but everyone can just know that it remains edited. So one of,
I think it was the next.
this last sentence that we spoke about before that was cut did discuss sort of opportunities for interagency collaboration. So maybe we can just bring the portion of that sentence discussing interagency collaboration up for discussion. Okay. So I'm going to do that. Please bear with me here. Line editing is painful, but that's just what we're doing today.
And we're keeping the portion on the list of best practices of community engagement below can be resources for agencies to draw on, or the input guidance, the bulleted part.
Yes, so again, I deleted everything except that final paragraph. So that final paragraph is part of it, as well as the bullet points. I just had to undelete to copy paste. So Ian, the sentence that I brought up from below reads, agencies that have limited staff resources should also consider collaborating with other agencies that have more resources and staff capacity that are working on similar issues as funding allows. Is that the point you were making?
It is, and I also think maybe there's an additional part here about like seeking guidance from that agency, whatever we end up calling it.
Well, right now it's the EJ program. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the EJ program.
So that's
in that last paragraph.
Oh, it is in the sentence.
Yeah, that's the one that I was trying to bring the type to your.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And we're just adding.
Okay, are there any other amendments to the language? Already? If not, we are going to go ahead and vote on this section.
Do I get to move it again?
Yes, please.
Oh, God. I move that we adopt section B as displayed upon the screen.
I'll second it.
any discussion while Lubna is setting up the straw poll. And again, this section B is not all on the screen. It is this opening paragraph and then what was originally the final paragraph and bullet point. So.
You deleted the previous paragraph. I did not the Marcia version.
Yeah, because Marcia's was a little different than that.
Yeah,
that's the one that you see on this.
That's what I was sharing.
Yeah. This is the Marcia version of option streamline.
Okay.
Marcia.
All right, hearing no discussion or amendments, I am going to go ahead and launch this poll, and this is to adopt the updated language, the first paragraph of which you see on the screen, and the last paragraph in bullets, which you see in your board packet on page 33. So I'm going to go ahead and activate this poll, and you can vote at this time, yes, no, or abstain. Is there anyone missing from the room? Okay, we have 21 votes yes, unanimous yes, so that passes, and we will move on to our next section of the agenda. All right.
We actually still need to vote on section E.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kinda, are there any edits to section E? If not, I would like to make a motion to move to a recommendation on section E, best practice of community engagement.
Sorry. Okay, I'm not hearing any discussion or amendments, so I am going to go ahead and launch this poll to adopt section 6E, which you can see starting on page 40, and that poll is now live. I keep saying that? Oops. Yes. Okay, we were waiting on one person. Okay, that is 21 votes yes. So that is adopted, section 5E. Okay, now we are ready to move on to our next section of the agenda, which is going back to discussing about the Environmental Justice Coordinating Entity. So I think the outstanding thing that we need to start here with the final discussion on this is whether the Environmental Justice Advisory Board or a new interagency advisory board should play an oversight role for us in this situation, the Environmental Justice Program, which will be coordinating the EJ efforts. And I wasn't sure if we wanted to highlight the language that Jonathan introduced.
Yeah, so I'll just quickly say, yesterday, if you remember, you did reach consensus on this whole section, except for this one part. Yesterday, we voted in a straw poll on two options. Option one, which is expanding the role of the existing Environmental Justice Advisory Board. Option two is looking at the federal model of having a separate interagency Environmental Justice Advisory Board. It was a tied 10-10 vote, so 10 votes for each option. Jonathan has suggested some potential language, which I could let him describe, but I think it's designed to sort of be a way to build some of the aspects of option two into option one, so that is this new paragraph that is on the screen. So maybe we could just start the discussion. Jonathan, if you want to walk through what that suggested language says.
Jonathan, can you hear us? Can the folks online hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like Jonathan's having some audio issues, so let's just open it up for broader discussion. And Jonathan, go ahead and raise your hand when you're able.
Sorry, I just got it back.
Okay, good. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Cool. And yeah, I was having some audio issues. Sorry, so I missed the prompt. But I think the long story short here is, you know, this is just an attempt to kind of maybe merge the two and come up with a compromise solution, thinking about, you know, again, you know, all of our focusing on the language and essentially looking at kind of like how to bring in some level of Ian's, you know, desire to kind of look at what they're doing at the federal level, you know, without it being specific to like, you know, an office in the governor's office or, you know, something like that, kind of trying to combine the two options. So that's kind of the gist.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I thought about this a lot, and I thought about.
And Dominique, if you could just, yeah, right there.
And I thought about, Ian, you know, you mentioned this personal story where you couldn't find time in their slot, you know, at the White House to speak to them, right? So the reason that I am very firmly on option one is I think that if we're doing this right, the work moves to the agencies. And with all the engagement that we're doing, there are going to be so many opportunities for input and engagement that having this other body that doesn't actually make decisions, the permitting decisions, the funding decisions that we've been talking about, is sort of a distraction. Like, what we really want is all the agencies to be doing all this engagement and outreach, getting input from the community to make their decisions. And, you know, I can think in my own agency of a dozen different things that we're making decisions on that we have traditionally not done a good job at getting engagement on, but we're trying. And boy, with, you know, new resources, there will be so much, right? There is just going to be a plethora of times to engage. And I am concerned that with another outside body, it will, number one, draw away from those processes and start to burden, you know, community with like too many different things to go to, and two, kind of distract from that important work. So I just like option one, because I do think with the rest of what we're doing through this report, we are putting the work at the agencies where it should be, because that's where the decisions are made.
Any other thoughts? Yeah, Ilda, you'll just need to find a mic before you speak.
Well, by the way that we just approved section B, there's going to be community engagement, but not to the degree that we actually originally expected, that we thought there was going to be exhaustion over meetings. Originally, we had said that we had to have for every proceeding 3 meetings, etc. At this point, it is a minimum. You know, you have to have a minimum of 1 meeting, maybe. So that's where I'm like concerned that the outreach, the increase will happen. But we're even saying in this room, there might not be the money. There might be of doing a little bit. So I don't know if the perception of meeting exhaustion is going to be real to what we're actually going to be able to deliver the agencies with what we just passed with B.
Ian.
I still remain committed to the option that I was talking about after having these conversations at a national level. I still feel very confident that we need to have more than 12 people whose responsibility is this. And I will say that the increased participation in rules, planning, whatever, that testimony should be directed to what that issue is. This is a different outlet for concerns in your community. They may not be directly related to how you're spending money. Let me tell you, we, the community, showed up at the Water Quality Control Commission to give public comment, what we thought was a public comment meeting, and they were like, actually, that's a different kind of public comment meeting. And it ultimately resulted us running our own issue rulemaking at the Water Commission. But that is how these rules are structured, where the limited scope actually prevents you from having the space to communicate about what you'd like. And I will reiterate that I believe that the original members of the EJ Advisory Board should stay in their scope. We can bring forward new members to share the load.
Renee?
This is where we need to move with cultural and trauma sensitivity in providing accessibility. The original 12 members won't be able to see everything for every DIC community. And this is where we do need to involve as many and diverse narratives as we possibly can by opening more accessibility with more options.
Beatriz?
I also want to amplify the fact that sometimes environmental issue or environmental consequences overlap outside of state agencies to BLM, Forest Service, some of these other like entities that exist in our communities. And I see like more at like a larger scope of the governor's office being able to reach out to these different agencies, or health as well, that I don't know that just within CHPAG that is able and that is possible. And I think we were also thinking about this, like the COVID response and how that was at the governor's office. And it just functioned differently than just being in a single agency, because the coordination was so broad that I really feel like there's a lot of opportunities if we go with option 2.
Right, so we're hearing, you know, favor of option 1, option 2. We do need to kind of focus on the words on the page, right? So are there folks that want to amend one of these options to make it, you know, to combine it in some way? I mean, there are 2 different options right now. Right now, if we went into a vote, it would be 2 minority reports based on the way that you all voted previously. So we're looking for some solutions-oriented language here, unless, you know, if folks want to kind of share thoughts on if they would move from one option to another, it's good too. Michael.
I guess I had a question if we could do a straw poll to see if there would be a minority report and see if we do have to continue to wordsmith.
So a straw poll on the existing Okay, so this would be a repeat of the poll that we did previously.
I guess with the, with
With
the amended language that Jonathan provided for option one added in. Is anyone opposed to including that amended language in option one?
Can you repeat?
And
Sure.
can I just say real quick, I mean, you know, Lubna, to your point, I mean, that really is kind of an attempt at combining the two. So, I mean, I think my point in thinking about it last night is like, there's a world where option one and option two are not mutually exclusive, right? Where we have what option one lays out, but then we say, you know, maybe there should be an exploration, or like really the first maybe even two or three sentences of option two could be brought up and combined. So my attempt here was essentially an attempt at combining the two and kind of getting, you know, the best out of both options. So I just want to make that clear that I don't think that they're distinct right now. I think there's an option one and option two, and then the combined option or openness to another combined option. I think where we have hesitation is specifying in the governor's office. I mean, you know, I think we see the value just as what I put down, but like, you know, it could, an interagency entity could be any number of specific places, and we don't going to get that prescriptive yet. So like, get the idea, like the idea, fine with the idea, but like can combine it in some way, but we want to make sure that there's not duplication, there's not problems that come from it, and we're not being overly prescriptive on where it exists.
Thanks, Jonathan. So that's a really helpful explanation of kind of where your suggested language fits between the two options. Is there anyone who opposes including Jonathan's amendment in option one as going into this straw poll? Like anyone who's like, I like option one, but not the suggested addition. Okay, I'm not seeing any, so let's go ahead and do that straw poll. So option one is the existing advisory board, the existing Environmental Justice Advisory Board with an expanded role and a reevaluated composition of its membership, and also exploring opportunities for sort of a broader federal like interagency coordination, but not going so far as to recommending an actual creation of that. Option two is actually recommending the creation of that interagency advisory board. I'm going to just put this on the screen so that everyone can see the new language that wasn't there before, but if anyone needs me to scroll down to option two, let me know.
Okay, this poll is now active. We're waiting on 2 people to vote. Okay, that is 21 votes total, 13 in favor of option 1 and 8 in favor of option 2.
Okay, so we have a couple options going forward, and just as a quick time check, we are 22 minutes behind schedule. So just keeping track of that, not too far, but not great either. So we can vote on the rest of the coordinating entity section as a final vote, and then have a separate vote on the options, and in which one could be a minority report. Or we can have more discussion and try to get consensus on a single option before taking a final vote on the whole section.
Motion to move forward.
Second.
Okay.
A vote on what?
Yeah, you go.
Can we be at math?
Okay, we are.
That was a very general statement.
Just voting. Just a vote. Just a vote.
Okay.
Keep going.
So I will, so it sounds like Tara is withdrawing the motion, but we do need a motion to approve section 1 of the recommendations, aside from the last couple paragraphs, so the part I highlighted, and then we will vote separately take a formal final vote on the kind of oversight board question. So are there any motions to approve all of section 1, the coordinating entity, except for those last paragraphs?
So moved.
Okay. We have a motion from Gary.
Second.
Second from Michael Lowe. Any discussion on that before we move to a final vote?
Okay, that poll is now active. This is to approve section 1. Okay, 21 votes yes to approve section 1.
All right, unanimous, that's great. So now we do need to go down to the options that we just did the straw poll on for the oversight board. I see Gary's hand is up, and then maybe we'll ask Emily for kind of advice on how to approach it again, since we're likely to go into a minority report situation. But Gary, go ahead.
Make the motion to approve section 1, option 1.
Do we have any seconds? Tara.
Is that with the additional language?
Yes, that's how you voted on the option 1 includes the additional language. Yeah.
Okay, any discussion on that motion before we bring it to a vote? So a yes vote means that you believe option 1, including the additional paragraph, should be part of your final report. A no vote, we will assume, means that you are in support of option 2 and that being a minority report, but that may depend on the outcome of this vote.
Renee? Yeah.
Can we add the language and a new interagency environmental justice advisory board in there too? Like add that we want that as well too in option 1? Or no, that's still option 2. That's completely option 2. Okay, sorry. Because I'm like, that's really what it is we want another board just of community members, because that's where I'm asking for cultural and trauma sensitivity. We're also bringing those members in for equitable frameworks too that are not used to this space, that cannot just jump onto another board.
So I think that is a reason that you would support option 2 and therefore a reason to vote no that you are advocating for. Any further discussion before Lubna launches the poll?
I hate to be this guy, but I just wanted to just get clarification, like 30 seconds from like staff, like on why option 1 works. I mean, like, never mind. I rescind that. I'm ready to vote.
Oh, no, that's a good call. Like, I heard a lot of arguments why option 2 wouldn't work. I would like to know, where do you believe actually the current board has the capacity to take this on? Because currently, that will be bigger than the scope of work that this task force had. And we know how cumbersome it was.
The first sentence says it's going to be reevaluated and the composition changed. So I think that evaluation piece is expanding it, right? It's not using the same word.
There's no specificity to it.
Yep.
So there's very little control that we have on how much it can change.
That's right.
I mean, like, if you expand the composition of one board, like, there is a point at which a lot of members on a single board becomes very inefficient, as opposed to creating a new board for a new scope of work. Like, at some point, you're just adding people to a conversation and prolonging, you know, discussions.
This feels like an Elmo moment. Are we sliding back into
discussion. So I think we're just getting into opinions, and it's going to be you whether you think it's option 1 or option 2. So
And there is a motion on the table.
yeah, there is a motion on the table to approve of option 1. So we're going to go ahead and move forward with that. All right, I am activating the poll now. And this is, if you're voting yes, that means you do want option 1 in the final recommendations. If you vote no, presumably you would want option 2, but maybe not necessarily, and we'll talk about that next.
I have a question. I'm sorry, I'm still very confused about how agencies work with each other and talk to each other. For example, Health and Human Services at a federal level is working on environmental justice. That's not necessarily the EPA. So would they be working on environmental justice if environmental justice only lived in the EPA? Would Health and Human Services be working on environmental justice? And I think this is happening because they have that broader environmental justice framework. Am I correct in understanding this? I'm confused.
They're both working on them, and groups like WeJag are trying to get is the community arm of the interagency work that's going on at the national level that the White House was doing, which would be the same as the governor's office doing that, and it's where the community oversight is. That's what we're talking about.
Because right now the current board just sits to the PHE.
So Dominique, if you want to provide a response, and then the poll is live, so we are expecting people to vote on this. There was a motion on the table, and so there's no language being amended. This is just a discussion that is happening while other people are voting.
Yep. So just to answer your question, as someone who represents an agency that is not part of CDPHE, I believe even if this advisory board lives within CDPHE, that does not prevent it from coordinating and working with other agencies. So I think that's your question, right? That it is not a problem to me that this lives within CDPHE and that they are the lead, but that it would still affect and coordinate and do all the roles that we're talking about with other agencies. Does that address your question?
Okay, we are waiting on 2 people to vote.
I'm sorry, what was the question? Because I just said that.
Option 1
That Health and Human Services at a federal level is working on environmental justice. So is the EPA. There are 2 different branches at the federal level, right, that live in different agencies. And this is where this broader advisory board that works directly with the White House helps coordinate all of these efforts that are so spread across different government agencies. I'm curious how that would work if we just have one advisory board and they would be working with health services, human health services, medical, like all of these other agencies. Do they have the capacity to do that? Because environmental justice overlaps with so many different types of justices. And is this advisory board able to do that?
But
expand to that capacity.
I don't think that we have the time to have this conversation because it's a much larger conversation than what we are talking about. It's, talking about the entire role of the board, which I don't think we can build into the recommendations at this point, even if we did discuss and have a conclusion.
I think a quick clarification for the question on the table, though, is that have now an option, like attempt at trying to bring the 2 together, says the state should consider what the feds are doing and if there is a model that we should adopt here in Colorado exactly to that question, right? So I think what we're saying is rather than being prescriptive on, what exactly that entity is, which, I think was at least my concern, and it sounded like others with option 2, we are saying that in option 1, there's value in what they're doing. So we should evaluate how that could work here, but we don't have the perfect answer. So I just want to make that clear that in option 1, we do have that.
Okay, we're waiting on one person to vote on this poll.
And just for future votes, we will not allow any discussion once the poll is open, okay? This is not how Robert's rules work. So if you are not ready to vote, just say so while we're still in discussion, right? And then we can go there, but it is unfair to everyone who cast their vote before the discussion happens to have it happening. So we will not allow that in the future.
Okay, so we have 21 people voting, 14 yeses and 7 nos. Do we want to talk about minority report?
Yes.
And I can share the names of those who voted no, if that's.
I think if it got 7, then that meets the threshold for a minority report, so.
Okay, and so I think there just needs to be clarification that if you voted no, you are opting in to voting for option 2. And so I'm just going to go down the list of folks that voted no because your name will be in the minority report. Folks that voted no were Beatriz, Kimberly, Renee, Ilda, Mira, Jamie, and Ian. Is there any objection from any of you to have your name attached to option 2 in the minority report? Okay. All right. Okay. So we are going to move on to our next section, and we will give you a break after this, but we are powering through. We are going to move on to the definition of disproportionately impacted community. And Cole, do you want to tee this up or should I?
Sure.
Well,
so
yeah.
Okay.
Should we vote on these? Let's do this first.
Okay, we actually have a couple minor wording edits that probably need to be discussed in some of the sections. But we are going to try to move through just as we have been in the other sections on voting on areas of consensus first. So we are not going to vote on section A because that is the area of least consensus right now about changing the term. Section B are just minor wording changes that are basically to correct drafting errors in the definition.
For folks that are following along on the page, we are on page 27, section 4. So Joel just mentioned we are skipping over section A because we need to talk about terminology. And we're on section B now.
So before we go into a vote on section B, this was one of the areas that a task force member recommended an edit after the Greeley meeting. So Trisha recommended adding a sentence here in section B. I don't know if you want to say anything about it, Trisha, or if it requires any discussion, but do you want to see if anyone has any objections to that wording?
This is the first red line in section B and what you see on the screen.
If I don't hear any objections or questions, then I will just go ahead and accept this edit and then we can move to a vote.
Accept away.
Okay. Okay. Would anyone like to call a motion to take a final vote in favor of section B wording changes? And Ian, you are the committee chair, so I would welcome you if you want to call the motion.
Just B, right?
Yes.
All right, I move that we adopt the
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Ian and a second from Jaime. Any discussion? See,
Is the motion to adopt the first paragraph?
all of section B.
All of section.
Ilda, did you have a point of discussion?
No, I was just gonna second it. I didn't hear Jaime.
Okay. Good reminder to speak up. If people can't hear each other across the room, imagine what it's like on Zoom. Okay, so seeing no discussion, Lubna will go ahead and launch the poll.
This is to adopt section 4B wording changes to the definition of disproportionately impacted communities, and this includes the red lines that you see on page 27 and 28.
That includes the actual definition, part A3.
Yes, so what section B is doing is it is recommending targeted wording changes to correct the drafting errors that were in the original definition of disproportionately impacted community.
And to be clear, these are not new edits. These are red lines. The reason that it shows up as red lines is because this is changing the language as it appears in the EJ Act.
Yeah, these are corrections that the subcommittee made to the definition in either April or May to correct the drafting errors that existed because there was a, essentially there needed to be a focus on population that was expressed as households, which it actually has made it sort of impossible to do what the law actually says. So we have interpreted it as population because it was referring to census data that did not exist.
So again, this was stuff that was resolved in the spring and summer. These are not new edits. We need 4 people to vote. Okay, we're just waiting on one person to vote. Okay, that is 21 people voting yes in favor of the current language in section 4B. And we will move on to section C.
Actually, I think we're gonna skip section C because that's one of the other areas we need to discuss. So I'm now gonna actually come down and perhaps suggest that sections D, E, F, and G, all of those are basically saying the task force doesn't really recommend changing what's currently in the definition. So section D says that the task force believes census block groups are the appropriate scale, so essentially not changing the definition. Section E is recommending that the history of environmental racism prong remain in the definition. Section F reflects the straw poll and voting and discussion we had on housing cost burden yesterday, which is to recommend that housing cost burden remain in the definition, but the legislature consider whether there should be an alternative metric for measuring housing cost burden, but not being prescriptive about what that metric is. And then section D recommends not changing how low income is currently defined. So we could vote on each of those one by one or as a group, and I will leave it up to you all or whoever wants to bring a motion or provide further discussion on that.
I move that I move to approve section D, E, F, and G as a block.
Okay, we have a motion from Jaime and a second, I think, from, I couldn't tell if it was Mara or Mira, sorry.
Renee.
Oh, Renee, okay. Any discussion on that? Okay, then the motion to approve sections D, E, F, and G is on the table, and Lubna will go ahead and call the poll.
It is now active. Yeah, we will be coming back to sections A and C. We just need one person to vote. Okay, that is 21 votes, all in favor, yes, to adopt section 4, parts D, E, F, and G.
Okay, so now Ronnie, are you in the Zoom right now?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, great. I wanted to double check. So I think where it probably makes sense to go next is section C, Before we go into the tougher issue in section C, there's one task force member edit that is actually not in the document because it came to us after we had already sent the draft out, but I do want to turn it over to Kelly, who may have a suggestion for wording here in section C that is a sort of just clarifying edit. So Kelly, would you like to discuss that?
Yeah, thank you. So this is just to make the connection in my brain between section B and section C, because section B says making targeted edits to Title 24. Section C is also talking about aligning all agencies' recommendation or all agencies' definitions. So I wanted to propose a clause at the beginning of the first sentence of section C that is, in addition to the narrow wording changes to the Title 24 definition discussed in section B above, the task force further recommends that. And then it goes into everything else.
Okay, so thank you, Doug and Kelly. I don't know if we need a final motion on that. I like kind of with some of the other wording suggestions, just want to see, does anyone have any objections to that clarification? Okay, so we'll just keep that in. I'll accept the edit. Thank you, Kelly, for realizing that a future reader would look at this and be very confused and not understand how sections B and C fit together. That was a very good point. So thank you. Okay, so with that small wording edit out of the way, I think we can come back to the percentile question, which remains on the table. So just as a reminder, yes, during the October meeting, we did a straw poll with a variety of different options for which EnviroScreen percentile to recommend as the sort of standard to use for identifying areas that meet the cumulative impacts prong of the definition. Ronnie further presented to you yesterday and is here to answer questions if you have them. Yesterday, we took another straw poll. Oops, I forgot to fill in the exact percentages, but 8 of you voted for 80th percentile, 6 of you voted for 75th percentile, 4 voted for 70th percentile, and 2 abstained. So seems like we need some more discussion or an additional straw poll, and I'll let Lubna start calling on folks for the discussion.
Yeah, Tara. And I'm sorry if I missed this yesterday, but would you remind me, did the staff have a recommendation on what percentile we should use?
I'll let Ronnie answer this, but yeah, and Ronnie, in case you couldn't hear, the question is whether we as staff have a recommendation on what percentile to use, and it's a sort of complicated question to answer. So Ronnie, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think with these data questions, it's attempting, because it's a percentile range, is attempting to look at what makes sense for Colorado. And so that's why I was encouraging people to look specifically at that map in the sort of the direct impacts that have. The statistical logic so the CDC doesn't recommend a particular threshold, but they have the Center for Disease Control. For their new environmental justice mapper, they have divided their data up into quartiles, so 4s. And so the 75th percentile, which would be the top 25%, matches that. So California EnviroScreen and the Center for Disease Control are sort of using that quartile view, or like the top 25%, whereas EPA's, the Environmental Protection Agency's EJ screen has consistently used the 80th percentile as their baseline, as their starting point. And that is specifically because it's the top 20%. So I think that it's a difficult question because it's sort of specific to how the task force wants to move forward. I don't think there is particular logic for or against I guess one piece of one piece that you could think about is the more highly burdened areas will have the higher percentile scores. So, the most impacted areas will be, the narrower percentile. So like the top 5% would be the most impacted areas across Colorado, and they're meeting that percentile for a variety of areas. So if that helps that context, then the narrower is more burdened. but I guess that's my statement on it. And I think looking at the actual data for Colorado is the best way to go about it.
So that is a long way of saying we don't really have a recommendation here in the same way that we had a very strong opinion on the income definition. We don't have a strong opinion here.
Yeah, and I just want to point out the fact that Ronnie spoke to the 75th percentile and the 80th percentile. We voted on the 70th, 75th, and 80th percentile. So just a little hint that maybe we could get rid of one of those options if that feels like. So yeah, that's a possibility. Michael.
I just had maybe a request if we could put up the document that showed like the breakout of how many people and how many communities each of those percentiles would reflect.
Ronnie, do you mind calling that up? I actually don't have it up right now.
While Ronnie does that, I welcome any other dialogue, and maybe we will eliminate the 70th percentile option. I'm seeing a lot of head nods, but if there's any opposition to taking that off the table, please do raise that now. Dominique?
I'm in favor of taking that off. I also would want to say as like a preliminary vote, if we bring in abstain, I do feel like this is an area where you can have the information and not think that there is a right answer. And so if there are people who feel strongly, I would cede the floor, but we did not have abstain as an option before.
I would like to hear from community members about how you guys feel this should go.
Sorry, Jonathan has his hand raised, so I'm going to go Jonathan, and then we'll go Renee.
Yeah, I'll yield to community members to Michael's question. Mine is more of a technical kind of question later, so happy to yield.
Okay, so we'll go Renee and then Jonathan.
My biggest concern is making sure that the most disadvantaged are able to be seen in the space, so 80%. But I'm concerned about the pockets of populations too. So I understand that we're stuck on census blocks, but if its recommendations are at least 75%, even more than that, to be able to see where there's overlap or develop the enviro screen differently past census blocks would be helpful to recognize where we need to see that those pivotal communities. That helped.
Any other
comments?
Sorry.
I just want to know how you would like, I guess maybe me, like, I mean, how would you ask like us to vote on this? I don't have a strong opinion. I think there's challenges both ways, but I want to respect, in particular.
As strong as possible. So 80 for me.
80?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess again,
decreases the pool of people that get covered by this.
But focuses the resources on the most needed.
Yeah, but then there are instances that some people wouldn't specifically fit those parameters. And like California uses 75, they have used it, it's their third rendition or like enviro screen.
That's why I want to hear from the community about how like you guys feel.
Trade-offs.
There's pluses and minuses both ways.
I just wanted to mention the piece of enviro screen where we did pull that in the definitions this morning, where we did account for the ability to pull in those missing pockets and communities. So I think this is just more for an overall focal point to focus, which that there's focus funding, and then there's the others that will be the embedded communities will be able to file for grants, do other things to, and we'll hopefully have the.
Yeah, I would generally agree with that point.
Yeah, so sorry, I'm going to read the language in the recommendations that says individual agencies should have discretion to determine through a rulemaking or other process whether a different percentile of Colorado Enviro Screen score, so above the baseline, whatever baseline you identify here, should be used in the context of specific types of agency decisions. So you all have recommended that agencies should have some flexibility. You're just saying, what should your starting point be? And Ilda and Trisha are both right. What stronger means really depends on the context, right? So you want to prioritize money to the communities that need it the most, you would want a higher percentile. If you want a requirement for community engagement to apply more in a broader range of communities where a permit is applying, you would want a lower percentile. So it really is context dependent in many ways, what a more protective or stronger percentile is.
Any other discussion on 75 versus 80? Do we want to take this to a straw poll? Do we want to eliminate the abstain option for this?
As long as we're going down to 2 options, I think that's fine.
So to be clear, if we do a straw poll, it will be the 75th and the 80th percentile as the only options on the table.
You want to abstain?
I wouldn't abstain. No. I mean, I want to, in this instance in particular, I think I would want to hear from community members before we do voting, so that we don't, come into what we did last time where there's discussion after the voting, because I'm interested in, I think there's pros and cons. I'd like to be very specifically in alignment with how community members vote. So interested to let me know where you guys are voting so I can be in alignment with that.
Thank you. I also recommend, sorry, yeah, Jonathan, you've been waiting to bring up your other point that was kind of unrelated. Jamie, did you have something else on the community side that you wanted to express?
Yeah, I was just going to offer that for me, I see those pros and cons, and I wasn't sure how to best deal with them. And that's kind of why I went with 75th, because I figured that's kind of, splitting the difference.
Thanks, Jamie. Jonathan?
It's 180.
Yeah, thanks. I agree with Michael and Jamie that, I'm kind of a little bit lost on the pros and cons. Joel read the part that I was focused on, which is that last sentence describes agency discretion to go above the threshold, the baseline that we set here, right? So my only kind of thought in that was like, if we go with 80 and there's, the CDC in California using 75, does that prevent us from going lower in some instances? So that was the only kind of question / thought that I had to add here. It seems like we're setting a floor, right?
Yeah, that's correct, Jonathan.
But just on that point, if I can chime in, it may be that it's not just setting the floor there, because as we said, there's pluses and minuses going above or below that. So when we're talking about that discretion, I think we should get rid of it just being a one directional discretion.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so sorry, let's go one at a time. Ronnie, I'm gonna just quickly take over the screen share, and maybe we can make a very narrow suggested edit based on what Jordan just said, which is a good point that floor and ceiling and above and below mean different things in different contexts. So what if we delete floor and it just says baseline? So that means just a kind of the starting point. Individual agencies should have, slower for the interpreters. Individual agencies should have discretion to determine through a rulemaking or other process whether a different percentile threshold of Colorado EnviroScreen score, going to cut above the baseline so the directional question is gone, should be used in the context of specific types of decisions. So now we don't have the kind of confusion about which direction is more protective.
Yeah, Ian and then Tyson.
Okay, so I've thought about this a lot, and I understand they've been using it in California a lot. But Renee, I often hear you say that it's most important that we direct the resources as quickly as possible to the people who've had the most harm done to them. And so when we're talking about where we're going to be starting, and we know how much money is going, and we want to ensure that the people who've been engaged have not been engaged previously or not to the level of our standards, I'm leaning towards 80% after listening to everybody talk, but really influenced by your comments so frequently about how do we get it to the people who we know have the highest scores as soon as possible, and knowing the agencies can go above and beyond that if they want to.
Tyson, then Renee.
I was just gonna say, sorry, I just come back to me.
All right, Renee and then Tyson.
Just to leave lasting thoughts about why I work so much in grassroots, and money is a power dynamic. So getting that funding right away is incredibly key. I understand the pros and cons, but it's that inability to see and focus the communities that need implementation now. And if money is going to be what we need, is what's going to be helpful now. And if you look at it at the 75%, that still kind of spreads those resources again. Not that those other communities don't need that help, not that there's not more of immediate needs, but I'm talking about housing, sometimes healthcare access, things that legitimately are today types of needs. That's why funding is incredibly key, and we have to recognize that type of power dynamic that can change communities.
Thank you, Renee. Tyson?
I was just going to ask if you should say agencies and boards, or and the advisory board, because when they're doing funding for grants and stuff like that, they should have also the flexibility to focus it in.
I think agencies is probably inclusive of the boards and commissions.
Okay.
So I might avoid adding that.
Okay. I just want to make sure that.
All right, I'm gonna call an Elmo on this, and we're gonna do a straw poll on the 75th versus the 80th percentile.
Which points out.
Because then you're getting money quicker.
Hey guys, we need to cut the discussion and just vote in the straw poll.
Okay, yes, we can have continued discussion afterwards, but just for the purposes of kind of gauging where we are generally at, this will be the fastest way to do it. So that straw poll is now active, and you can either vote for the 75th or the 80th percentile. And we can continue discussion after the vote is over. Keeping in mind that there's flexibility, the language that we Okay. Okay, we're waiting on one person to vote.
That's me.
I'm calling myself out here, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm keeping that in my head. I'm still looking up because. Okay, that is all 21 people voted, 19 in favor of the 80th percentile, 2 in favor of the 75th percentile. So we are going to take the 75th percentile off the table. And when we do vote on the section, we are voting on the inclusion of the 80th percentile as the baseline threshold in Colorado EnviroScreen for the definition of disproportionately impacted community.
So now that we open up for discussion, we would welcome any, we can talk about all of section C now before we take a final vote on it. So it doesn't just have to be this percentile topic, but it could be other parts of section C.
Michael.
Renee, just want to thank you for those comments. I think I walked in with some reservations between 75 and 80, but that kind of your comments kind of pushed me. Knowledge.
Any other comments on section C?
I don't know that I love skip. I'm like, I'm somewhat like a question. It's maybe like that 80% for protections better be the base. And that's just like what I'm, you know what I mean? For protections, for money, yeah, I want that money right away to community. When I look at protections and individuals that might not fit specifically the DI, there's a lot of people that have asked that still remaining that not might be within the DI definition that we have. So I do want to explain that of like protection. I still voted for 80, but that's what makes me concerned. I feel where you're coming from, but the goal is to represent those embedded communities in more than study.
Hey guys. Speak into mics one at a time. Lumna needs to call on you. Project your voice.
You can continue, Renee. It's fine.
Sorry, Joel. I completely see where you're coming at. I understand. I'm always worried about protections in that space, but it's also recognizing that they're already not seen in that census block. We need to put embedded communities and populations in other spaces, and this whole thing is for protections to some degree. So it is that this should not, and I appreciate your comments too, that this is just the beginning of that, and 80% would be the most pivotal to hit those most impacted now with that type of power dynamic change.
All right, if there's any language to change in section C, and I appreciate the conversation that's being had, just for the sake of time, we are going to push through. Does anybody have any discussion on section C? If not, I welcome a motion to adopt.
I move that we adopt section C.
Okay, we have a motion from Jordan, second from Renee. Any discussion? Ian, did you have a discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that this whole conversation